All right, what's up? Let me just check my audio volume. It looks like I'm in the yellow, that you guys should be hearing me okay. Let's put on some music. Today we are going to create a Gemerl figure. A lot of people have been asking for it, and so I'm going to do it. Let's see. Let's do some Sonic. Let's just do Sonic Adventure music. Let's see how loud Streamlabs says that is compared to my voice. Shows it as pretty quiet. What's up, something Sonic related? How's it going? Mega Prime 369. That looks amazing based off the thumbnail. Oh, I'm sorry. The thumbnail is just like the official art for it. I haven't even started. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. It's a bit too loud for me right now, but I think it's quiet for you guys. Yeah, so for the full story, read the description. There's a lot of negativity on the subreddit yesterday. It really made me want to quit. A bad person did something bad. A scalper scalped. They got banned. That's great. Then the community just kind of really started like the whole page, the whole community on subreddit was just posts about this, and it was a really bad look, and it really made me want to quit making Sonic figures. And it was kind of an ESH situation. You know, I'm not going to say the bad words, but the subreddit YTA or NTA, there's also ESH. I just think that everything was a poor performance there, and it really made me feel not good about being part of the community. Well, this morning, I don't even know who the user is. Maybe I should call them out, because they did a very brave thing. It's like the whole subreddit was kind of like really on this bandwagon about they didn't dox them, but it's like there were certain users who would just like keep bringing up the name in even unrelated threads and stuff, and it's like the person got banned. You know, it is a genuinely bad person doing a bad thing, but leave it at that, you know. And it made me think like our community is going to decline if like our subreddit is just all these things. Let me look up real quick who is that person who I would like to praise. Let me look through my Reddit history. Well, I don't want to spend too much time looking for it, but I do want to show my appreciation for this person. Well, I do like a message that Sega Sonic 47 posted. That I think having a mod kind of really stand up to it helped a lot too. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I can't find the post that really made me feel positive, but basically, oh, here it is. Dark Soda Excalibur. They made a post that was really the first one that was a dissenting voice against kind of the mob mentality. And then I feel like it let me make a comment without feeling like I was going to get kind of, you know, taken down by the crowd. And, well, thank you, something Sonic related. Yeah, it didn't really happen to me. It's just something, you know, it affected me. And so that positive thing happened. And then at the same time on my Discord, somebody had made a poll asking what people would like next, and that poll ended right kind of at that same time. It's a very positive thing, and for that reason, I'm going to be doing a stream where I make Gemerl, the one who won that poll. So, without further ado, let's bring in some reference. So I have just a Google search for Gemerl. The only good image that I can find of this character is the thumbnail one. This one's good too, but I like that this one's like a 3D render that shows more what it could be. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I guess since we don't have a lot of orthographic views or anything, we're going to have to just kind of go with using this as a reference for the height. So creating reference in Maya, what I'll do is I'll create a polygon primitive plane. And oftentimes you'll see me in Photoshop make a square image of it, but I want to show you guys a different way to do it. The reason I make a square image of it is so that I don't have to mess with the scaling of this. I can just keep it a square. But in this case, let's just look at the image size, which we know to be 230 by 360. And so I'm just going to make it 23 by 36. So 23 by 36. Oops. And now we're going to assign favorite material, Lambert. A Lambert material is just one that doesn't have any sheen to it. And we'll choose a file, and that file I do know is in my downloads. But I don't, it's not available because it's a WebP format. So even though I just made a big deal about not using Photoshop to do it, we do have to use Photoshop to do it. But I'm just going to save this out as a PNG. And there we go. And now it is still going to be that same size that we've set the scale to. We can select it. There we go. If we press 6 to see shaded view, there is our Gemerl. Am I pronouncing it right, by the way? I've never actually heard it said. I've only seen it written. It's kind of a strange way of writing it, Gemerl. It doesn't feel like that's the right proportions, does it? I realize I haven't had my chat up this whole time. Let's see. Sarab says, "Hey, look at who's making art. What's up?" Votable Globe says, "Hello, my cat is not here, sadly." Oh, that's sad. Alright, yeah, that does not look like the right proportions, though. So let's look at our scale again. It should be the X and Y. So like if I put this to 1, oh, there we go. For some reason, the Z is the height in this case. There we go. That's the right proportions. So then I'll move this up. I'll create a new display layer, and I'll set that to reference. What that does is it makes it so I can't accidentally select it when I'm doing stuff. And like I said, we don't really have good orthographic views of this, so I'm just going to use this as proportions and then just kind of wing it. I think I might even do these center parts in ZBrush, because it looks like a good opportunity to kind of sculpt this way and then build out the topology on top of it. Tommy G says, "Yo, this went live as I was midway through painting your Sir Lancelot kit." Tommy G, if you plan to be able to finish today, I would love to show your work in my video. I'm finishing the video editing today to post tomorrow. So if you do happen to be done by tonight, or like by the next few hours, definitely send me a picture of it. I'd love to add it into the video. I have a section where I'm showing everybody who did paint jobs, or just otherwise, if they had one already painted by me, they made a cool pose or something. Votable Globe says, "Did I notify Discord because I didn't see anything?" No, I always forget to do that. Let's see. Streaming. I'm going to say Votable has reminded me I never notified y'all. Thank you for that reminder, Votable Globe. All right, so let's not start with the easiest part. Let's start with what I think might be the hardest, because then the easier parts will just more easily come. I think the hardest part might, all these pieces are pretty just simple geometric shapes. I'll probably be able to just finish this whole figure, at least the design of it, during this one stream. As far as the joints, I'm trying something new with the joints this time. Somebody, I think Xanathar Customs, or who's another customizer that I follow? I think it might be Xanathar Customs. he makes joints that you use like a cake pop stick, like these plastic acrylic sticks. And I'm going to try that out for these joints. So that's going to open up a lot of new possibilities if that works well for me. Yeah, so I think the hardest part about this might just be these feet. So let's just, I'm going to probably create these out of, honestly, I would just do a sphere. And I would make it like half of it. So I want to make sure that the midpoint of this sphere, see that from the bottom to the top, I'll delete this. I'm thinking of doing straight up tutorials. Ooh, Sarab, if you're still here, I've been wanting to talk to you about this. I'm thinking of actually doing more actual tutorial-like videos, and that includes doing Maya and teaching how to take even like an existing model and make it print ready and stuff. But I know that most people might not have access to Maya. And I know you're a Blender user. I would be interested in seeing if you would be interested in making a tutorial on your channel that it kind of complements mine, like just doing kind of the same things that I show in Maya, but in Blender. So let me know if you like that idea. Tommy G says, me and Doodle Duck were just talking about it too. You'll be done pretty soon. Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to add it to the video. So I always leave a hard edge here so that when we smooth it out, get a nice sharp shape. Otherwise it would kind of curve in on itself if you didn't add that extra line. Merge these to center. Okay, so he has this little line around here which could just be painted in, but anytime there's like a thin line for something, I like to build it into the model itself so I kind of have a guide of where it needs to be. So it's not going to really be indented, but I'm just going to kind of cheat it that way. So I'm going to pull this part up as well as this part. So he has a little bit of like a kind of a flat shape to it there. And then I'm going to select this ring of faces. That looks a bit too much. Yeah, it is too much. Let me kind of... I kind of like just what I have here. Pro Tyler, what's up? Says, oh my god, time to remake my Gemerl. Votable says, I'm really annoyed because I'm not bothered to record until the term ends and I'm way off schedule. Until the time ends, you mean? I see you saying time. Bothered to record until the term ends or time ends? In your original message, I assumed you meant like a school term or something, but your correction of time makes me a con of committing. I feel like I missed part of the conversation there. Well, Pro Tyler, what I was saying was I've been thinking of making full-on Maya tutorials, not just like showing me making it. And so, seeing if people are, or I know you would be interested in that. But I'm thinking of like going through the entire process of everything, like how to make, like just working with 3D printers in general, converting existing models, making your own models. Because they all have different things that need to be done, you know. Pro Tyler, you should make a chow. You know how to make spheres and stuff, right? A chow is mostly spheres. And then you've probably seen me, like, you know, go to vertex mode and, like, you know, if it was the top of a chow like this, give him kind of a pointy head for the top. Okay, so here's something interesting I want to do. I have a nice little shape that I made for my, what's the guy's name? The Egg Pond Samurai. And then I added that to the Kiki character. And so I want to bring a little bit of that into his ankle here. I think that'd be cool. So I'm going to save this. Scenes. Let's call it Gemerl. Then I'm actually going to open up my what was it called? A Kiki. It's Kiki backup. Votable Globe, you're asking how I pronounce Gemerl? I was actually asking earlier if I'm pronouncing it right. I don't know if I am, because I've only seen it written. Here's the piece I'm talking about. It's great for an ankle piece, so I'm just going to Control C and then reopen my last file, the Gemerl. I'm just going to paste them in there. No, Pro Tyler, this is going to be a fully custom with joints and everything. I'm using a new technique that a customizer, I believe, named Xanathar Customs. Maybe it was somebody, like I said, I couldn't remember if it was him or somebody else, of using these like cake pop sticks that seemed really interesting. Theft of Kiki. Ooh, that's unfortunate. This was rotated already. So let's just go to the top view and we'll just fudge that back into place. So one thing I like to do when I'm just trying to fudge something is find part of the grid and then really zoom in. And then just tweak it into the right position. The second I'm done, give you the file. Yes, I will. Yeah, Pro Taylor, you weren't here for the beginning when I was talking about it, but, you know, I was feeling really negative about, you know, what's going on in the community, and, you know, part of the reason I'm streaming today, like, I wasn't planning on streaming much during the summer because I'm busy with the play. Your guys' positivity really helped me out, like, at the same time as, you know, all the kind of positive stuff today happened on the subreddit, where people were kind of ditching the negativity of yesterday. At that same time, Hoovaloo's poll finished, and it said you guys wanted Gemerl next. I was like, you know what? Earlier today I said I wanted to quit making Sonic customs because of everything going on, and your guys' positivity really made me feel good. So that's why I'm making this, and you're part of that, Pro Tyler. Oh, good. You fixed your printer? Nice. Yeah, I know you would, Pro Tyler. How's it going, Blue Speed? Yeah, Votable, I don't know if you're saying what's going on as in saying hi to somebody. Or if you were asking what's going on with the Sonic stuff, check out the description. I don't want to keep rehashing it. The description explains kind of what happened yesterday, and then what happened today, and why it gave me a lot of positivity today. And here we are, being productive for it. Great Arlo Man says, I don't know what the beef is, but throwing support for you. Thank you. Yeah, nothing bad happened to me necessarily, but it was just a thing that made me really feel like the community wasn't what I thought it was. And in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't the worst thing in the world to happen. There's a lot worse things that can happen. I think as groups, I mean, I think it's, you know, when a group of people get together, there can be a tendency to be excited when there is a perceived villain. I shouldn't even say perceived villain, because the scalper was a villain in this situation. It was just the response to it. Really, it made me kind of think, like, you know, what if the community turned against me for, like, my customs prices being too high or something? You know, it's like, I don't think that would happen, but it gave me that feeling of like, ooh, this place is not as friendly as I thought it was. But that was just the subreddit. It was like my Discord, the users in the Discord are really the ones who really gave me positivity today. Hey, what's up, Seal420 and Sonic Extreme DX? Oh, were you the initial one to post about it? Oh, oh, I think I remember seeing something about you saying that you started it, and I didn't know what it meant. Yeah, you didn't intend to start it. You just showed. Well, what's crazy is, like I said, the scalper is a bad guy. There's no qualms about that from my end. But it was not smart of him to post, "Hey, look what I found," and then post it on Mercari or eBay or whatever. It's like, if you are gonna, you know, do something dirty like that, don't leave that paper trail either. Not that I'm condoning doing something bad like that. Steak, if you do choose to stop doing Sonic customs, then what you do next, because if it's only one or two things, you could lack on those watch hours you need. Yeah, so the first customs I started doing was for Halo stuff. And I've been kind of getting the itch to do Halo stuff lately. But, you know, the Sonic stuff just has a much bigger community. And Pokemon stuff. I think my Wilmer video is going to be a pretty big video that I think is going to get a lot of attention. So I was actually thinking of streaming that today. I've got all these pieces. I've got like 24 of these big things. Like, these pieces don't go together, but it gives you an idea of, like, this thing is going to be this huge. This is I think I said Wilmer a second ago. I meant Whale Lord. This thing is going to be 28 inches long. It's going to be nuts. And he's all sanded and primered, but I got to start putting them together. Yeah, a pretty big video, Votable Globe. I got to open a window. Oh yeah, I have a story to tell you guys. I feel very hot right now, and so that's why I'm opening up a window, but I've been sick this whole week, but I was too afraid of taking time off of work because it's 4th of July weekend. If I took time off work saying I'm sick, people are just going to think that I was taking extra time off in the lead up to the 4th. Well, it turns out I am very sick in a different way, like not even just regular sick. And so I had to go to urgent care yesterday. And I have been just out and feeling feverish. And so, life lesson, don't stay at work if you really do feel sick. Just because you're afraid of seeming like you're taking it. It's just an unfortunate time being right before 4th of July. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Blue Speed. Hey, and what's up? Highwell Plays. All right. So I don't even know if he has this little piece down here because it's such a dark image, but I just want to kind of add this because it's like a nice little detail. You know, my customs aren't always the most accurate. I take some artistic liberties with them from time to time. I just really like this kind of bolt shape on things. Yeah, I expected urgent care to be really filled with people like blowing their fingers off with firecrackers and stuff, but it was pretty empty. Seemed like most people weren't coming into urgent care on 4th of July. So, I think I'm going to smooth this piece out now. As always, I do a weird thing that I don't think most maulers do. I duplicate my work just so I can save different parts of it without having like a bunch of backup files and stuff. So I'm going to use this shape to cut out of this, so I need to smooth this first. Pro Tyler, have you talked to your mom about finding out if you're eligible for a student version? Because she, as a teacher, might even be able to, regardless of if you are able to be a student in this case, if she's a teacher, maybe she can get a license for it for the student version. And then you could just have it in perpetuity. Otherwise, I think I pay $300 a year for it, which isn't the worst. I don't like subscription models for software, but that's basically what everything is now, unfortunately. You tried, but she can't. Bummer. Ooh, Highwell, what kind of new sword are you making? Seal says, as someone who doesn't live in the U.S., I expected more fireworks. Yeah, Sarab says you could go into the dark side and get it. I don't know what dark side you're talking about, Sarab. I can't condone anything like that. Sarab, I do pay for my copy of Maya, but send me a DM about the dark side, just so I can know what to avoid if you know of any links. Yeah, this will be a cool little cut-in detail. I'm going to scale this part down a little. I'm going to fill this with more cylinder shape. Let's turn this layer off a little bit. Blue Speed says, have you ever thought of maybe some Mario customs? Absolutely. I've made one Mario custom so far. And let me pull that up. This is a pretty fun image. Let's see. Oh, actually, I made a video on it. Let me go to my channel. It's probably one of my worst performing videos. But let's see. It's this one right here. This we went to New York and we visited the actual Ghostbusters firehouse. And let's see. Yeah, if anybody's interested in this, go give this video a view. Oh, wait a second. Did I not? Oh, yeah, here we go. So I shot my custom Ghostbusters grunt figure here. But my wife, I made for her the poltergust. And then out in front of it, that's the actual Ghostbusters firehouse right there. And so we shot the backpack, him with the backpack out in front. And it was windy, so he kept falling down. Yeah, so this here was my first Mario custom. It's for Luigi. Yeah, you can see how windy it was that day. It was crazy. Yeah, my wife made a great shot with it. Very proud of her on that one. Let's see. Nah, fam, I got my Maya for free, but we'll leave it at that. Yeah, well, I mean, I know you and I both have it free on our work computer. Rob and I work together. But this is my personal computer. I keep my work computer upstairs, my personal computer down here, so I can't get distracted from work, because I work at home. And back when I had the 2 computers at one desk, I had 5 monitors total. I just have 2 here, and I have 2 upstairs. But at my old place, I had 2 on this computer and 3 on my work computer, one of which was a TV way up high. So my desk was just full of screens from both my computers. And it was kind of distracting from work, having my personal computer right next to me where I could just like jump on and browse stuff. I wasn't always the most productive when it was that way, so I moved my computer down here when I moved. Add some edge loops here because I'm just going to take this part and extrude it. Part of what I'm trying to do here is give it some definition in this cutout. Oops. Ooh, actually, I kind of liked that. Yeah, this is great because check this out. This gives a little definition right here, which I want, but I want good structure up here. And so I was just going to extrude this out, but by just scaling it up, it actually gives a lot of the 3D print to grab onto to be a solid piece while still having that little detailed cutout that I want. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm actually going to smooth this because I don't feel like I gave it enough edge loops in the cylinder. So I'm going to do smooth preview mode, and then I'm just going to add edge loops to it to keep it sharp. And it doesn't look like it's centered, does it? Let's go to the top view. Why can I not? Why is it not showing it from the top view? What in the what? That's weird. Alright. Anyway, there it is. I really like this shape for the shoe, for the foot. Alright, let's turn this back on. So the next piece is going to be pretty easy. It's just a cylinder. So let's go to the front view. And we know that we want it to be about this tall for the base of it. Now I'm going to scale it up. I know it has a little bit of tapering, so we're going to take this part, scale it this way. Oh, and check out this little trick. So you see I've gone into face mode and then I drag like this. What this has done is it has selected all the outer parts that I don't want, but all the top parts that I want. So when I'm in a front view like this, I'll tend to just grab it all, and then by holding Control and dragging back over, it deselects everything there, but you can see the top part that I actually wanted is still selected. So that's going to be a little tip that will be in my eventual like real tutorial for Maya that I'm planning on making. Now we have this nice little lip to it. And I'm going to do the exact same thing that I just described here. I'm pressing G to set it to extrude. Then I'm pulling it out, and then I'm scaling it down. So now we have this tapered cylindrical shape. Votable says, I'm at the point where I've nearly had an overdose of FNAF. I don't know why, but sometimes it gets me scared. Or I literally have no reason to be scared. I just need a break from those videos. Pro Tyler, what do you mean there's nothing you can do? As far as making a new account or something for the Maya? So I'm going to give it a little lip around the edges because it has like these yellow parts here. That means adding an edge loop here. Just a very thin edge loop. And then also at the top here of about the same height. Edit mesh, extrude. Edit mesh, extrude. And one more extrusion. The reason I extrude so many times is, well, you guys should know by now. Somebody tell me in the chat why I extruded 4 times for that. Seal420 says, my vacation in the US is almost done. I'll be back to working on my customs. The only bad thing is that I know I won't be able to finish all my projects before uni starts again. Yep, that's tough. Hey, what's up, Sparkle Wolf? Good to see you here. But I extruded way too much there, so I'm going to undo all of that. I'm just going to do it one more time, but just doing it less. So just a tiny little extrusion. And what I wanted you guys to guess was that it's like adding edge loops. You guys know how sometimes I'll add edge loops to keep something sharp? Well, by extruding just small amounts like that, I'm effectively adding edge loops. So I could have just extruded once and then used the insert edge loop tool to, to get an edge loop in there. It's just a different way of doing the same thing. All right. Yeah, that's looking Gemerl-like. So, I think I'm going to give articulation just at the knees, or not the knees, the hips, and not the knees, because he doesn't really have a good place to do that, and his legs are going to be so thin. I don't feel good about making a joint there. So I think I'm just going to give him articulation on the hips so that he can sit down or do a kick pose or something. And then the arms as well. It would be cool to make his torso turn, but I'm just not sure how I would do that. Yeah, I think just because I'm not good at doing joints yet, he's going to be limited. He'll just have like arms and hips. And then we'll build our way up to, like, so this Gemerl will be kind of an experiment for this type of joint that we're talking about. Tell you a character as hard as Gemerl, you should try to make. Something as hard as Gemerl. How about Emerald? And then we can compare our two models. All right, so these diamonds are kind of like a cube. So if I were to rotate a cube this way, and then change this to world mode. So our cube is rotated perfectly like this. I can then take these two vertices on each side and say, edit mesh, merge to center. And then mesh, triangulate. And look at that, we've changed a cube into this diamond shape that we want. Let's just get rid of these faces on the back here. Then we'll use the append to polygon tool to close it up. And now we can start shaping this into it. So that's one of the great things about 3D modeling is you just kind of look at something and you think, how's the easiest way that I can make this shape? I like when it turns out nicely like this, because now we just have the right shape for these. I don't know what they are, just like diamond-shaped knee pads. Prototype says, Steak, you could make a tiny how for the legs and put a tiny hole for the legs and put a wire in it so that the knees can move. Interesting. Wow. I think I will. Yeah, like some baling wire. Huh. I really like that idea. Let's do it. So for those of you who don't know, baling wire is... So see that picture up there? See how it's got tails and a bullet bill? You don't see it because I photoshopped the wires out, but each one of those pictures has baling wire holding everything up. And baling wire is like for a fence. Like if you need to repair a fence quickly, you'll take some of this wire and like wrap it around. I use that to pose things in my toy photography, and that's exactly what I think that Pro Tyler is talking about. Yeah, you could do it for the elbows too. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're doing it. Great idea, Pro Tyler. That's what I love about these streams is like there's a lot of things that I just won't really attempt to do. I'll just be like, oh, okay, this is good enough. It's a Gemerl figure. He's not going to bend his legs. And then you guys will say something. I'll be like, okay, I'll try it. That's what happened with Shadow Lancelot. I was not going to make his visor go up and down. Somebody, I don't remember who, convinced me to. And it just turned out amazing. Mesh extrude. So I'm going to give this some thickness. Yeah, so when all is said and done, there'll be a little hole here that I'll cut out in the model. That will, you'll glue the baling wire in. And then this piece will be its own piece, like this whole section here. That'll have wire through it too. I'm going to make this a little thicker than it is in the image, just because I want it to be a more functional toy. I don't want it to be super fragile. All right. Well, now that we have that knee piece done, I'm going to go grab another drink, and then I'll be back in just a minute. While I'm gone, everybody say your favorite obscure Sonic character. Like you might have a favorite who's a popular character, but who's your most favorite obscure? And I'd say anybody who is obscure would be someone who is in less than 2 games, or might be from the comics or something. So I'll be right back. All right. Let's see what your answers were. We've got Sparkle Wolf saying my favorite obscure character is Void from Sonic Shuffle. I don't know who that is. Let's look it up. Oh, wow. Yeah, Void looks cool. Kind of got a Nights into Dreams vibe. Neat. What did other people say? Spider King, hey, what's up? Says, I like Shard from Archie. Sonic Archie Shard. That's the robot, right? Oh, yeah. That's not actually the robot that I was thinking of, but it is a robot. That's cool. Gosh, hey, oh, look, he's got these feet look very much like the design that I've done here. Like the bolt part of it. That's funny. Let's see. Pro Tyler. Oh, Pro Tyler is also saying Shard. Sparkle says he is from the dream world, so it makes sense. Knights was in his game too. Knights was meant to be playable, but was scrapped. They just replaced Lumina on Christmas. Oh, interesting. Welcome back, Highwell. Oh yeah, Highwell. I had started to read a comment of yours, and then forgot. I don't know what happened. You were gonna make the Millennius sword. Ooh, it's like a curved blade, huh? Is it gonna be this long? Are you making it to scale? That would be nuts. Potable says, I'm very tired with the cat that still hasn't spawned in. She's acting like a pink sheep. Yeah, my nose is itching. I wonder if I'm having allergies right now. I've recently been taking a lot more precautions with my 3D printing because I always wear gloves, but I didn't often wear a mask. And sometimes I would get it on me and wait to wash it off for like 5 minutes or something. Like, because I didn't really have any ill effects about it. But then I learned that the resin is a sensitizer, which means the more you're exposed to it, the more you can have allergic reactions to it. And that kind of scared me, so we wear masks now, both when we're working with the prints and sanding. And I bought a ventilator system for over the printer. So for the rest of the summer, all the videos that you see, you're going to see us probably working without masks and stuff because I've filmed so much footage of the last 6 months that I haven't released yet. But eventually you'll start seeing us with masks on and having a lot more precautions while we work. And anybody else with a resin printer, I suggest you do so as well. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sparkle. I still haven't found it. Honestly, I am considering just buying another one because I promised that I would make a super trip. But I don't want to buy another one, obviously. So I'll do my best to keep finding it, but if it keeps being a ridiculously long time before I find it, I'm just gonna straight up buy another one. Alright, so here's something to take into account here. This knee needs to bend. So, one thing is, this is going to be in the way, and as this bends, we're going to be in the way of ourselves. So, I'm going to give this a pretty big bevel here. That way it has room to bend. Then I'm going to create an edge loop right here. I'm going to pull the vertices of all of this such that it doesn't interact with that gem, not a gem, but like that diamond shape there. And you know what, as I do that, I realize that I don't want to lose too much volume in this part of the leg, so I'm actually going to pull the diamond part of this in a lot more. Yeah, I'm just going to do this because I want to keep as much structure of this part as possible, because this part's going to be pretty tiny, and I don't want it breaking when I'm doing bending of the knees and stuff. Yeah, exactly, Sparkle Wolf. So if I do the same model of sales on Etsy where I sell like the full shadow, then I could do a full super trip, and I will find that dragon eventually, so I should be able to use that dragon as the base for a full super trip. Votable says, I officially have no idea what's going on. What do you mean? Alright, yeah, that should be enough to kind of have the bite to kind of hold on to the baling wire. And then it's going to go up further, because this sphere is going to also be geometry that will hold it. Steak. Prototype says, steak, wait, are you going to use the wire on the arms too? Yeah, I will be. Oops, what was that? Create. I think I made a nerves primitive on accident. Wait. What's going on? Watch this. I'm going to create polygon primitives sphere. Why does it say click and drag on edges? What? Hold on, let me save the file. Something strange is happening. Create polygon primitives sphere. That was weird. It was telling me to click and drag on edges. Why would it do that? I don't think I've ever seen that behavior before. I thought it was because I accidentally made a NURB sphere, but that was not the case. I think that's a little too big of a sphere. Yeah. Make sure that it has kind of a nice lip there. Sorry, I'm scratching my nose so much. I just think I'm getting real bad allergies right now. I'm not picking my nose or anything. I'm just scratching it. Oh, bummer. You're very tired, Votable Globe. It's because fireworks keep you up all night. Portager says, to be honest, I'm more worried about how much parts will move on Gemerl because I love him. Anyway, I'll still use him. Oh, you want him articulated because you really care about the figure. Well, then I will make him very articulated for you. I'm gonna make this a little thicker. And I will just take a little bit of this and pull it in, just so it has a little bit of room to do its thing. And I think just for structure's sake, I'm gonna make these hip pieces just a little bigger than they needed to be, just to be extra safe. Because I want a nice flat edge here as well. So where it meets. Because honestly, I think I want it to be like this. Like I want to delete this, which means I need to make the whole thing big enough that it kind of behaves like this. It's just a concession that I want to make because, you know, it's a toy. It needs to have good structure. So if I make this too small, I just don't want things getting fragile. It's always that balance of how can I achieve the closest shape that I can while still being a good physical product. I think that's nice right there. All right, have a good night, Votable Globe. Thanks for joining. Thank you for staying up late. Highwell says, I posted a day one image of working on the sword at the forge. Sadly, no metalwork yet, but you'll see how big it is. All right, let's see. Whoa. Holy moly. Yeah, okay, so this is a chalk outline of it. Oh, that's going to be huge, dude. Wow. How long is that? Oh, and you're going to do all the symbols on the sword and everything, too. Awesome. Yeah, that's going to be so sick. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat. Oh, Voda Globe says fireworks, question mark. I meant because of fireworks last night. They were keeping me up. Over 280 centimeters. Holy cow. So centimeters to inches is 25.4. So that's over 10. Well, my calculations say that's only 10 inches. So I must be wrong about the conversion of inches to centimeters. Let's check Google. Centimeters to inches. You said it's going to be 280 centimeters. Oh, 110 inches. There we go. That's... Oh, man. So I was off by a factor of 10. Holy moly. 110 inches. That is 6 feet, roughly. Holy cow. No, 10 feet. It's going to be 10 feet long? What? I guess based on that concept art that I saw, yeah, it's pretty long. Here I am bragging about my whale lord. All right. Make sure that the cylinder is exactly the same radius as the part that we've cut off of the sphere. Pro Tyler says, I don't know why, but I feel worried custom because I love Gemerl. I don't want him to have a lot of... You want him to have a lot of movement, but I know you got this. Take your time and cook. For sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another subdivision on height. Oh, because I rotated it, it's not going to let me. So here's another way. So what I'm trying to do is get an edge loop directly in the center. There's a few ways I can do this, but one of them is to use the settings option. Each one of these squares is like a setting option for a tool. I can say equal distance from edge. Oops, that's not what I meant. I meant multiple edge loops, but set it to 1. Now that forces it into the center. Now I can turn on symmetry of object. Let's find out. We want object X. And now when I try to add an edge loop here, then I use back to relative distance from edge. And oh, it wasn't object X. It was object Y because it's rotated. So now when I add an edge loop, look at that. It lets me do it correctly between the two. And then I can select these faces. There we go. So it just gives him like that little orange lip there. Highwell says, for context, I'm making it accurate as the publisher of Elden Ring have a 1-to-1 scale replica of the boss's arm, so I thought I may as well make it accurate. Nice. You should reach out to the creators and show them what you've made once you make it. Alright, so I'm just going to group this and duplicate it. Scale it just so we can have it looking nice. You'll notice I haven't built this to be directly centered in the scene. And look at that, we've run into a problem. These feet definitely need to be smaller in order to be able to sit right. So let's delete this entire group and let's start working on that. In fact, now is a great time to actually center everything. The way that I'm going to do that is just go into the front view. I'm going to group everything. I'm going to set the pivot of this group to be anywhere along the center of the hip here. I'm holding down D and V. D means change the pivot of what we're doing, and then V means snap to a vertex. And now I can take this whole group and snap it to the center of the scene. So now we can see exactly how much this foot is going in the wrong, like overreaching too much. Let's take all of this. No, not that. Just these parts. And I'm actually gonna cheat it a little bit and angle his foot, these parts here. And I'm gonna rotate them. Let's just say -2. Whoops. So because those don't... How much did this rotate? Just rotating it by hand is fine, I think. Now this part is also going to be rotated by -2. And that way we're building a little bit of an angled stance just because it needs to physically work. But we're not done with that yet because you'll notice that the foot is still over the center. So I'm going to take this part and I'm going to cheat it over a little bit just by taking these vertices. I'm going to turn down the soft selection amount. And so this is going to come in, and then we're going to do the same for the inside of the foot. I think it could look nice if I just kind of flatten it out on the inside. Yeah, it's a little bit asymmetrical. It kind of has that inner part. But look what's bad that has happened here. Now that I've scaled that down, it's kind of flattened out that nice lip that we had. So I want to do this in a smarter way. And the smarter way that I'm going to do that is by selecting a bit more of the lip here, so that we don't have any of this compressing, but we want the rest to compress a little bit. So as long as we're just selecting the lip of it here, and then we just do a move instead of a scale. Ew, that's not looking good either. See, now this preserves that lip that we had, but it gives kind of a weird shape here. So I'm going to see if I can just massage this to looking good. No, that doesn't look good. Let me think of a better idea. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Hilo says, if I'm able to, I'll definitely reach out to them. And yeah, Robert won't want to mess with you. Pro Tyler says, keep on cooking, Highwell. You're amazing. Keep on reaching for the stars. At this point, your sword can reach to the skies. The stars, yep. A Sonic Colors reference. There's YBZ says, hey, Steak, just woke up, read the chat on Discord, taking as much time as you can. Well, I was ranting about it. I was saying I wanted to take a break from the community, but then, our specific community really raised my spirits about it and reminded me that the subreddit doesn't represent this whole community. But then even so, the kind of the swing back of all the positivity on the subreddit today, I'm in a happier mood than the chat that you read earlier this morning. Hey, Pink GameCube. Glad to have you here. Protyler says, can't wait for your next custom, which I think is Tangle. I believe what I saw was Whisper, no? Pink GameCube, every time you come in here, I feel bad because I still plan to do that thing that we were talking about, but then I just keep being inspired to do other things. You know what? After this massaging that I did here, I'm actually happy enough with this shape. This has a little bit of a strange curve here, but I don't think it'll come out in the 3D print at all. My wife and I were watching the Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrun on SGDQ earlier today. Was that today or yesterday? Anyway, I've been wanting to catch GDQ for like 10 years and I've never seen it live. Like never even seen it streamed live, and I always forget. Because like every time I think about it, I look it up. I'm like, oh, it happened 2 weeks before that time I was thinking about it. Yeah, there's still a certain point of this that is just not... Let me go from the top-down view. Oh, that's what I was seeing earlier. Remember I was in the top-down view and I couldn't figure out why this was in the way? It's because it was one of those duplicate pieces. But it's coming, Pink GameCube. It's coming. What's up, Swiggy? Yep, I was gonna make a joke earlier today because there was a poll that happened on the channel today, started by Hoovaloo, and people have been asking for Gemerl for a long time, and I didn't want people to take it the wrong way though, so I didn't make this joke. But I was gonna announce it by saying, "I'm sick of hearing about Gemerl. Surprise Gemerl stream, let's go." But I didn't want anybody to take it the wrong way and feel bad. But that's the joke I was planning on making. Because a lot of people want him. He's cool. I'm just not confident in my ability to articulate him well. Who's the new Wisp, by the way? I'm going to do the rock one. Because Hoovaloo... Gosh, my nose itches so bad. I'm having bad allergies. Sorry. I'm so self-conscious of being on the camera doing this every couple of minutes. So Hoovaloo broke his... was it the drill wisp or the rocket wisp? And I had accidentally sent him a rocket wisp, just like I made a mistake with your sword. And by the way, our post office is closed, so I'll be sending out the mistake that I made for you, YBZ. I'll be sending that out on Monday. But so I mistakenly sent him a rocket wisp, but then he lost that one. But then he found it again. So instead of canceling the new order that he made, I said, hey, maybe I'll just make a new wisp. What do you think about that? It's going to be the rock wisp. I don't know what that's called. Let's see. Rock wisp. Is it just called a gray wisp? Looks like it's just called a gray wisp. Anyway, that's going to be the next wisp, because I asked Hoovaloo if he wants me to just cancel the order, or if I'll just make a new one, and rock wisp should be relatively simple to make. So I'm going to be making that. This Gemerl is going to be fully 3D printed. I'm going to do articulation using a new method that Xanathar Customs taught me, which is to use cake pop sticks. They're acrylic sticks that go in and hold 3D prints together. And then Pro Tyler's idea was to use something like baling wire in between the legs right here, and so that they can bend in more than one axis, because you'll be able to kind of cheat the way it bends too. So we should get some pretty good poses out of this. All right, so I think I've done a good job at symmetrizing, if that's a word, to make symmetrical. So now when I duplicate this, they should not intersect with each other. Yeah, they're going to be pretty close, but and maybe I could scale down the feet a little bit. Oh yeah, that's probably better right there. Yeah, I think I had them too wide in the first place. All right, let's get started on the body. How do I want to do this? Thanks, Pink GameCube. It might be pricey. I mean, honestly, I like just making kits for people better. So if I made a kit for this, I would include those little popsicle things that I was talking about and enough baling wire to do the joints. It would probably be kind of pricey for me to be doing full customs of it, just because it is more work than average to actually assemble it. Sparkwolf says, I notice he's at an angle. Need me to hop on Sonic Speed Sim and take a screenshot from a more front angle? Yeah, actually, that would be really helpful for me, Sparkle. Thank you. As always, I'll try to keep them as cheap as I possibly can. Do my best. So I think I might actually do some ZBrush sculpting for this one. Because he needs kind of this cool shape where his chest kind of extrudes. Or maybe I could do this with just Maya. Because it would be a lot of work to do it in ZBrush, because then I would be taking it into ZBrush, doing the sculpt, and then retopologizing on top of it. Let's see. Oh no, my nose is itching so much. I hate it. I'm both self-conscious of me scratching my nose and self-conscious of the fact that I keep talking about it. Like, I don't want to annoy people by scratching my nose constantly, and I don't want to annoy people by talking about it constantly, so I'm not going to mention it again. Oh, I got a, I should post my picture. I got a Sonic Popsicle yesterday on the 4th. Ice cream lady came by. Let's see. Man, if I'm adding this much articulation to the arms and stuff, I gotta figure out a way to do it for the head, too. Excellent. Thank you, Sparkle Wolf. All right, let's grab Sparkle Wolf's images. Whoops. Oh yeah, so I accidentally pulled up Premiere. Here is the shadow video. This is the area where it's all the different tracks and stuff for like different music and video and everything. And it's a long video. You can see it is 35 minutes long. I'm working on cutting it down. And I'm adding music now. It's like this layer down here, that's music. I've done the voiceover and everything that's down here. It is a lot of footage. All right, perfect. So here's one of the images that Sparkle sent me. That's going to be great. We'll just paste this into the existing image that I already had. And let's Control R to bring up the ruler. And export this as a PNG. And then I think if I just save over it, well, I'll just save it back up. attribute editor. There it is. And we'll just place the image. And get it nice and centered here. We'll scale it down to what we had before. Perfect. Thank you, Sparkle Wolf. Yeah, look at that. Boom. All right. Oh, is Sonic Speed Simulator really the first 3D appearance? Yes, Swiggy. The 3D printed peg or ball joints for resin, in my experience, they wear out pretty quickly without using a special resin that's more bendy. And when I tried a more bendy resin, I had problems getting it cured properly. But I have an FDM printer that might do the job with the ball joint there, because then I could like make the ball joint so that it fits into the toy, and then 3D print it with my other printer, which adds more to the process, unfortunately. But yeah, I made a drone from Halo, the little bug guys, with a ton of ball joints. He had like, I want to say 20 points of articulation. Let me show you real quick, actually. So here's my website, steaksaurus.com, where you can see all my different projects and things. So if you go to the toy photography one, you go to the Halo section. Is this the only picture that I have of him? Yeah, this might be the only picture I have. So this drone, you can see I made a ton of ball joints for him. And I did a mixture of just regular resin plus the bendy kind, and tried different amounts of it. And it just wouldn't cure properly, and then the ball joints broke a lot after tons and tons of testing, like making the tiny size differences. But no dice. Yeah, he had, let's see, he had 2 in the head, so 1, 2, and then the wings had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then arms, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then the legs, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then the thorax had 1, 21. And then the claws on the thorax, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 points of articulation, this guy. And he looks cool and articulated here, but half these joints are broken by the time I took this picture. And I just like glued them together. So it didn't work out. Thanks, Swiggy. Oh yeah, I do a lot of fun D&D stuff. Yeah, so check it out, steakosaurus.com. Ooh, and fun news, I just got approved the trademark for Steakosaurus. So, you know, most of my usernames are Steakosaurus Rex because it's easier to get that, like if somebody's already taken the username. So I generally have my username as Steakosaurus Rex, but the brand is Steakosaurus. And about 6 or like 8 months ago, I applied for the trademark itself, and it went through. I got an email like a week ago. Like there's a month-long period where somebody can try to challenge it if they already have it as their brand. And I think there's like 2 months or 2 weeks left of that. But assuming nobody challenges it, I'm going to have the trademark. The only challenge that could come is there's like a cartoon called Dick Figures, and there's like one episode where it's called Steakosaurus. I never knew of them when I came up with the name Steakosaurus, but technically they predate me. But obviously, when I searched for the trademark, they didn't have a trademark on it, and they don't really actively use it. That's from like 20 years ago or something. So I don't know how practical that's going to be in the future. Like, I mean, if the channel gets really big, then it would be good that I have the trademark. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to own it and just know that it was my brand and whatever. So yeah, so that has gone through. Very exciting. It took a long time too, and I had to be very thorough in the application process and learn a whole lot about it. It's such a weird process. You have to like say you have to pay hundreds of dollars per category, and I only did the categories for like streaming and videos and stuff. And yeah, I just felt like it would be good if I was getting serious about YouTube to invest a little bit in that. But they said that if you like make any mistakes, that it gets like seriously delayed or even canceled, and you don't get your money back. And so it's kind of a brutal process getting the trademark. Ooh, this is gonna be nice. This hard line in the chest. So let me go back to the front because I've made them too bulky now, so I need to make the whole thing just a little bit smaller. Yeah, this chest is gonna look so good. Yeah, look at that shape. That's a very pleasing shape. Except he has more of a round belly, kind of, if you can call it a belly. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Now let me look at some images of Gemerl, because I feel like there are some shapes in there like that aren't represented in this picture. Like whoever made this model doesn't really have the shapes necessarily. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. This one kind of has like a sharper edge. Is mine really achieving that shape? Not really. I think we need some sharpness in here. I think that means like sharpening up this area here. So since I've done some weird things, it's not going to be as simple as just adding an edge loop to this, like you've seen me do a lot. I'm actually going to have to, first of all, turn on symmetry. I'm going to duplicate the object too, so I have backup. And then I'm going to go in here and I'm going to do the multi-cut tool. And you see it's highlighting with symmetry. It's snapping. It's not giving me like the distance that I need to snap. Like I need to get it really close here. But the snap settings are kind of crazy. Let me see. Oh yeah, snap step percentage needs to come way down. So like, call it 2%. Yeah, the snapping. Okay. Put to like, I wish I could, like, I don't have any hotkeys that'll let me just make this an exact percentage each time. I have to kind of do it by hand. Let's see. What is live constraint options? Yeah, nothing there. Snap to grid, snap to points, commit cut. Yeah, it's not really giving me any options to snap to a certain percentage. Oh, okay, gotcha, Sparkle. And I thought snap step percentage would have been what I was looking for, but no dice. Okay. Well, we'll just do it by hand. Because the handy thing that it does is it shows you what percentage, so we can just by hand say, I want it at 5%. Oops. Skipped an edge, so 5%. 5%. That was like 4.9, but I'm just getting it in the ballpark. We also have to remember that this percentage is going to get lower because like this would be 50% here. So like 5% here isn't, it's like really close to it. So we got to go a little bit more because it's a smaller edge, if that makes sense. All right, so now when we smooth this out, look how much of a harder edge that gives us. But it's a little bit too hard, so there's a few things we can do to fix that up. I could either try averaging these vertices here. That helped a little, but not enough. What I think needs to happen is that these edges need to come up a little. And let me turn off the smooth selection. There we go. So then I will just massage this until it... See how we have kind of a rounded edge? Kind of sharp, but kind of rounded? I want to match that here. When this is down here, that's far too sharp. When I move it up like this, you see we're just getting that consistent line across it. And I think the whole thing there needs to be kind of wider. So let's select these faces here, expand the selection, turn on soft selection again, turn off symmetry, and we'll scale from there. Make it a little more round too. Not too round. Yeah, I think that represents it well. These edges here are just a little bit too sharp for my liking. I'm going to turn symmetry back on. Go to edge mode and just kind of pull these two edges without soft selection. And maybe pull these two faces down here. Just massaging those points so I get exactly the shape that I intend. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Cool. Let's see. Pro Tyler says, are we going to make Gemerl's main body, legs, head, arms, and body, and a later date we do the movement? Yes. I mean, I might do it on this stream. But I haven't decided yet how I want to articulate the body. I don't think I will articulate the body. I think I'll just articulate the head. And one of the things that I might try is a glue gun technique. It's where you just put some glue gun into a ball joint shaped hole and then put that onto a peg and move it until it's tight, or people do super glue as well. Just moving it so that it never dries, actually gluing it together. And then it's supposed to have a good shape to it. So probably off stream, I'm going to do experiments with that because I need to do a bunch of size experiments for the hip joints that I plan to do the candy pop stick idea. And then as well as your idea about the baling wire. I have to measure the baling wire and the pop sticks and then add those cutouts. But, you know, that never works perfectly in a 3D print. Then I have to do size tests to be like, oh, what's the threshold that I need to match in order to do that? So, yeah, probably for this stream, I'm just going to be modeling out the actual 3D model details. I'm going to go grab some more water real quick. How about chat? Why don't you sound off and say if Sonic characters had a Skylander Superchargers style game where each character has a car that goes with them, or any kind of vehicle. Pick one Sonic character and tell me what kind of vehicle they would have. I'll be right back. All right. Pro Tyler says, Tails would have a, I don't know, I'm going to say plane because I don't know any cars. Well, I meant any kind of vehicle, so a plane would count. What would be perfect for Tails would be the tornado. YBZ says, I want Knuckles to have some sort of mech vehicle. Okay, all right. Like a, ooh, you know, it'd be cool for Knuckles is like a drill, like a tunnel boring vehicle. Swiggy says Supercharger Big would have a normal boat and would be the only supercharger that rolls really fast. Nice. Yeah, that's perfect having a boat for Big, so he could fish on a lake. Oh, the tornado is Sonic's plane? I didn't know that. That'd be really interesting because I do plan to make vehicles both for Mario Kart and for Sonic. So like Sonic Team Racing. Or not, no, that's Crash Team Racing. What's the Sonic one? Sonic Racing, whatever the Sonic Racing game is. Making actual figures that scale with 4-inch, both for Mario Kart and Sonic Racing. And it would be really cool to build out some of these ideas for that. Hey, what's up, E Scrubby? Thank you. High Speed Chase says Sonic gave Tails the tornado after the events of Sonic 2. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yes, Sonic All-Stars Racing is the name that I'm thinking of. All right, so let's think about how I want to make the joints for the shoulders. I'm going to need a flush surface, so I'm going to have to change the design a little bit. I'm going to basically have to take this piece and scale it out to use it for that purpose. I need to kind of take a design liberty here because in order to make the joint types that I want to make for the shoulders, I need a flat, flush surface like this. So it's going to change the design just a little bit. Normally he doesn't really have this cylindrical shape on his body, but I got to do it for making it functional. And then we're going to reuse this piece here. line it up perfectly. Oh, I think we are already lined up perfectly. I think that's the middle. We'll see once we scale it down to the right size. No, I was not on the right middle. Maybe a couple more vertices down. You know what? I can make this easier on myself by going to this view and getting it right to the center of it, like so. There we go. Ooh, a Sunshine Mario would be awesome. Yeah, I don't blame you for selling only on eBay. Etsy takes a lot out of it. I was surprised. Because I never paid attention to what Etsy was actually paying me out from my previous sales. Ooh, that's weird how the feet got kind of round at the bottom. What was up with that? Yeah, I sold some Halo stuff before doing Sonic things, and I never paid attention to what Etsy was actually paying me out. And then once we started doing Sonic stuff a lot, I was shocked at how much they take. All right. Oh, does eBay take a good chunk too? Yeah, that would be great for full-on customs. Like, I just really can't. Like, if I made the price of what it would take to do like a full-on custom, it would be way too much. It wouldn't be reasonable. But if you open it up to bidding, then people are making their own choice to pay as much as people are willing to. I think that's a great way. I wish there was a bidding method on Etsy. Oh man, you're gonna do flood with joints, huh? Holy cow. I almost forgot about those circle indentations. Let's do that first. Smooth. Uh-oh, what did I do? I've got geometry coming through the part that I want to be flush. Just take this whole section, move it in, there we go. All right, let's do the things that you should never usually do in 3D modeling. Booleans. Ew, this got weird. How did that happen? Look at that weird geometry. How in the world? Oh, it's because the history of inputs. So if anybody saw that weird geometry, that was because I smoothed it, and then I moved some vertices, and then I went back to the smooth that happened before, and I added more divisions, so it got all messed up. eScorby says, what model printer / resin type do I use? I've almost exclusively switched to my Galaxy 1 printer. It's a big printer. It's meant to be for really big resin stuff. And it takes forever because it's not an LCD UV screen. It's actually a laser that goes across. And I use it because it's really easy to do batches. But my Elegoo Saturn, the smaller one that's easier to do quicker stuff, is just, I'm going to have to pay like $200 to fix the screen. So I've just been going with my Galaxy 1 even for quick test prints. But they're not quick anymore. It takes a lot longer. That being said, I use Soraya Tech Fast. That's the type of resin that I use. I want to add more edge loops to this before I start scaling it down. So I can get nice smooth shapes on it. Oh, that's weird. So when you move this little square here, it's supposed to constrain it to these two axes. And I thought that when I try to lock it to vertices, that it would stay on that, but it does not. So watch this. When I click one of these to make this yellow, it's going to stay at that one spot, but stay like at that z-axis location of where I'm constraining to vertices. I thought if I did this, it would do the same thing, but on two axes. But yeah, clearly it's going all over the place, so that's not good. Okay, so let's scale this whole thing down. Right view. So I'm just kind of placing these by hand and hoping that I get it right. Is that too low? I think it needs to go a little higher. eScarby says, my brain has holes in it from smelling resin. Yeah, I recently learned that resin is a type of chemical called a sensitizer, which means that the effects of it can get worse the more you're exposed to it. And I've always been relatively careful, but not perfectly careful. I didn't used to wear a mask while printing or sanding, But I would always wear gloves, but sometimes the gloves would break a little bit, and I'd be like, oh, I've only got 5 minutes left working on this. I'll just wait until then to wash my hands. Or I'd get it on like outside of my gloves a little bit and not really worry about it too much. But ever since I learned that more exposure can make it worse, I've upgraded everything. Both Bailey and I wear masks while we're working on it. I bought a ventilation system for my for the area that I do it. And I'm extremely strict now about making sure that if a glove breaks, I take it off right away, wash my hands. Because people tell stories that, you know, they got so... It is an allergic reaction, essentially. And they got so bad with it that even just smelling it would trigger it. I'm thinking like, oh man, I will lose all of this if I become unable to print in resin. So I started taking a lot more precautions lately. That being said, I do like the smell of the resin. 15 times 3 is 45, right? Yeah. Just making sure I got these snap settings right. All right, I think those are nice positions to get the right cutouts, so let's duplicate this to be safe. So we have a little backup. I'm going to combine these. And then I'm going to cut that out with a Boolean. East Garby says, question about SA1 Big's belt, because I'm making a belt for Sunshine Mario. Is it 2 separate pieces clipped around him? How did you make it? I will show you. Let's see. Let's make sure you guys can still hear me with these settings. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Yep, there we go. So, here's Big. I cut off the front of his belt, as you can see, and it's actually in 3 parts. So here are the 2 side parts, and then here is the belt buckle part. I've left a little cutout there. Let's see. I always forget what is the front and what is the back that I designed. What side? Must be this side. Yeah, okay. So, the way that he gets put together is by... Oh, and I cut out... This one's a little special because it can't go... His tail as a toy just doesn't let it go all the way around. So I had to make a little concession there. But this piece goes around right here. And it's kind of a perfect fit where they fit exactly. And then this part has a little bit of a gap. You can see kind of through it. And then, yeah. It actually almost fits with just friction. Well, I mean, it fits with just friction. You can see this isn't even glued on or anything. I just put it on in front of you. That's how perfectly it fits. There's a little gap right there. I might fix that, but I probably won't. Yeah, so in the case of Big, it was very easy to get it to fit nicely in this way because it contours to the shape of that belt really well. As you see that little lip in there, kind of catches it. And it's like this front belt buckle part, it kind of holds it all together. Like these won't stay on right now until I have this piece kind of holding it together. And it, like this part holding the friction here. Oops. That kind of piece in the middle actually just kind of, it just fits in such a way that the combination of it kind of hooking to the belt as well as that final piece just kind of holds it into place. I didn't even intend to do that. I expected to have to glue it. And then on my first test fitting, I was like, whoa, this fits without glue? I mean, if you knock it around, it's going to come off. Wow. Okay, no. If you knock it around, it's not going to come off. I am kind of proud of that. But of course, in the final custom, it's going to be glued, or at least used sticky tack. I like to use sticky tack so that if I need to modify something, it'll come off nicely without damage. Does that look too deep of holes? I feel like that's too deep. I'm going to shallow that out a little bit. I don't want to overdo the depth of the holes, but I feel like when this is like, if this is the size of the figure in real life, and I'm looking at it this way from my perspective here in real life, I think that's going to be the right depth. Not yet, YBZ. I'll be doing test prints this weekend, but I actually ruined my Knuckles figure because I was trying to fit it on. I have more Knuckles figures. But yeah, the Knuckles one, I'm having troubles getting just the right fit because he was supposed to be the same as Shadow. I looked at the two and I measured them. The ball joints are almost exactly the same, but I don't have the right fit yet, unfortunately. All right. Let's go back to front view and let's just duplicate this. I'm going to use this again for the arm. Just scale it like so. Come up with a magic angle of not 17, not 32. I think negative 30 will serve us well here. Maybe negative 28. Yeah, that looks good to me. Maybe even less. Yeah, according to Sparkle's image, kind of the default pose is that. Is that what we want for the toy, though? Yeah, I think so. I think we want the angles on the toy to match as closely as possible. I guess this isn't official, but it's a really good, Sonic Speed Simulator. I also kind of like... Nah, these are different shapes. I was going to say I kind of wanted to duplicate that, but I think we'll just make a new cylinder for that. And then I'm going to make this the same angle that we made here, negative 22. Nope, wrong one. On Z is what we want. And I see that we're going to want a line there. You send something in the server. You don't know if anybody's seen it. Select your character. I don't think I've done that right. I don't think we want this edge here to be hard. I think I want it to go more this way. I don't know if I like the roundedness. I think it works better as sharp. It looks kind of round in this image. See how that's rounded? But I feel like the rounded, the sharpness works better for the style of the rest that I've modeled. It has like this motif of a lot of hard angles. So I think I don't want to break away from it on just this piece, even though the way they built this is kind of rounded. I like it better this way. Let's see what YBZ sent. Oh, Pro Tyler, I see your ice cream. Mine was worse. Let me see if I can find mine. I was with Freddy and Friends 2014 when I opened this. Let's see. So there's the one I had yesterday. Alright, let's see what YBZ sent. I don't see what you were intending to show, YBZ. How do I plan on doing the hands? That's a good question. Do I want to articulate that too? Yeah, I haven't seen an ice cream truck in years, so I heard it going around on the 4th yesterday. And so we went and tracked her down. Yeah, how do I want to do the hands? Ah, there you go. You sent a screenshot. Oh, yeah, I've been seeing this. This is nuts. Yeah, Anima 1 is making these hugely, like, what is that? 8, 16, probably like, that bigger one's probably like 16 inches tall. 1.5 feet even, maybe. Yeah, insane detail. Crazy. I wonder how the joints feel. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how. This thing's gonna be so small. I don't think I can articulate the hands well. I think I'm going to have the concession that the hands are just kind of on the wrist. Oh, hey, I made another Etsy sale. What did I sell? An unpainted froggy. Yeah, the unpainted froggies didn't do well. I still have like 8 in stock. The painted ones went right away. It's just so much work to paint them. All right, let's make those hands. I think they're just like kind of some smooth cubes. What did we say this was? -22? Yeah. What if he had a cannon as a swap? What do you mean by that? Like you could swap out his hand? Does he canonically have a cannon? Like Mega Man? I feel like that's a bit too long. But I kind of like bigger hands-on figures, so let's just see how that goes. All right, I'll make a YBZ cannon. That's what we'll call it. The unofficial, it's the non-canon, it's the YBZ non-canon cannon. How about that? No. Oh my god. Guys, I just had the best idea. A Sonic hand that's holding an ice cream Sonic. People would go nuts for that. Oh, I'm going to do that right after Gemerl. Oh my gosh, that's going to be killer. People would love that. Yep. All right. That's. Now I want to hurry up and finish Gemerl. Ooh, great. Tommy G, who has been painting the kit, has sent me a photo of the finished Sir Lancelot kit. Do you send it in Discord or email or Etsy? I don't see any notifications on those. No messages on Etsy. Yeah, let me know where you sent it. I'd love to show it on this stream. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, you are perfect timing for me to get it in the video because I am almost done editing it. Oh, on Instagram. I've got so many places. Man, every time I open up Instagram, I've got so many notifications. So much to keep up with. People have got questions, people showing me stuff. Yeah! Looking good. I love the sheen of the paint that you have used. You got the color like the colors look exactly like what I've done, but something about the sheen of this and the grime, and your lines are so clean. Like you've got really clean lines, but then like really good, I assume you used a wash on it. Well done. So this is Tommy G's painting that he's been painting while we've been streaming for the last 2 hours. And you know what? Yeah, you also, I mentioned this in my video, is that you got the white part that I forgot. Everything I've made, I didn't realize that this handle is white. So nothing that I've sold of this sword actually has white painted on it, unfortunately, because I didn't realize that the handle was white. You and another person have painted it more correctly than me. Awesome. I'm so glad that I'm able to get your photo in the video. That video will probably be coming out tomorrow. I'm probably going to finish editing it tonight. Yeah, Citadel paints are great. Oh, and maybe it was Doodle Duck who... let me check my video. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is a fun part of the video. Poor kitty. Let's see. Where am I? I'm not seeing it now. Oh, this person. Go Dreamer. Yeah, Go Dreamer got the white. And speaking of, while I'm thinking about this, Tommy G, I'm going to be able to get yours in here. But if anybody else did a custom paint job or just has one that I painted in a cool pose, and you're not one of the people listed here, like either I forgot it or I tried to figure out everybody who sent me pictures, but there's a lot of people. So far I have Go Dreamer, Hoovaloo, Flamey Bagel, It's Sean, Jokerson, Suspicious Author, YBZ, and Kai Customs. If there's anybody I've forgotten or just hasn't sent it to me yet, I'll be finishing this video tonight, so shoot it my way if I have forgotten. Very exciting. Yeah, you can be in it. Send me the picture my way. If you have already, I apologize and I just forgot about it. Just send me a message to remind me of where it is. Yeah, that's one of the things. As the channel has grown, it has been hard for me to keep track of everything. And I hope nobody gets sad about that. I'm going to always try to do my best to keep track of all these kind of things. But yeah, like Blue Speed made a post about it, but I didn't do a good job of writing down where every post was. And oh yeah, absolutely. Tommy G, can I make a reference? Yeah. Oh, on the video. Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's do it on the stream and on the video. Check out Tommy G's Instagram. Oh yeah, so I'm already subscribed to you. I never remember who I'm subscribed to and not subscribed to. But yeah, check. I remember seeing this Tikal. So good. Yeah, a lot of good customs here. Nathan Drake. My last name's Drake. So I'm a big fan of. Is that a custom or is that an actual figure? That looks really, really good. It kind of looks, that head kind of looks like Nathan Fillion. Oh yeah, the Tron looking one. Yeah, everybody go follow Tommy G ACBA. And yes, I will do a shout out in the video as well. Good stuff. Some good toy photography too. A lot of you know that the last couple years before I was doing customs, I was doing a lot of toy photography, making sets and stuff. Yeah, good stuff. All right, excellent. Thank you, Blue Speed. All right. So not that I want to rush Gemerl, but I'm so excited about my Sonic Popsicle idea that I want to finish up Gemerl. So I'm not gonna rush Gemerl, but I'm gonna make some quick progress. He's got cylindrical-like fingers, I think. Oops, I accidentally made a nerve cylinder. Oh, and I made the hand too small, I realized. Let's get that bigger. Doesn't feel like it needs to be that big, though. Yeah, I feel like it just feels too big for what I built as the model. Because if I look at just the image, those hands look like they're in proportion. Yeah, I don't know. Oops, I didn't mean to scale it that way. There we go. Yes, I'm just making these simple kind of fist shapes for this. Ew, what's going on here? Something strange is happening. Oh, okay. That was weird. I must have had selected somehow faces and the same object at the same time. Never seen that happen before. So I think I'm just going to put simple little spheres in between these to kind of make those fingers. I'm going to combine this all into one object now. Ooh. You guys want to see something really boring? So, I'm a technical artist, which means I'm a mix between an artist and a programmer. So at my job, I don't necessarily do a lot of 3D modeling, if any, really. I write a lot of programming that lets artists make things. And so one thing that I need to do here, well, the easiest thing I could do is just do it by hand. I could say, make the pivot be over here so that it rotates. But let's say I wanted it to be exactly where the center of that sphere is, which is this one. But it's all combined now. Let's write some code. So this is a language called Python. It's a very easy but very powerful language. And so by easy, I mean the syntax is really easy. You don't need a bunch of brackets and things. But it's very powerful. You can do a lot of things with it. So I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can so it's not boring. I'm going to type this, import maya.commands as commands. So what this means is that I'm importing a library. We don't need to go into detail about what a library is. And then I'm going to say cell for selection equals commands.ls sl for selection equals true. And then I need to add the option fl for flatten equals true. So what that means is it's going to take everything that I have selected and get a selection of that. So let's say I select all the vertices of this sphere because I want the center position of this sphere only. And then I'm going to say print cell. So let's take out the fl equals true just to show you what that does. So look at this. It printed out what I have selected, which is psphere8.vertex numbers 0 through 381. But that's not useful to me. So if I put the flatten equals true in here, now I have a much longer selection. Psphere vertex 0, vertex 1, etc. Now I can loop through these. I'll show you what a for loop is. For vert in cell, so for each vertex in the selection, I can print vert. Now it's going to go through and print them all out online. So we're iterating through that list. So now that we've created that for loop, I want to get the position of each one of these vertices. I'll say pose equals commands.xform. And so for people very new to programming, this is just a variable name. In a lot of languages, you would have to say like vector3 pose. In Python, you don't need to do that. So if any of you are familiar with Java or C languages or things, you'll notice, but not Python, you'll notice that I'm not defining the variable type. Python does it automatically. And that's one of the reasons Python is very easy to use. So this could be any name. I just call it pose for position. And then I say commands.xform. I need to pass in the object, which is vert. Q equals true. This is for query. Transform equals true because we could do other things like get the rotation and stuff. So we need to tell it, I want the transform of this or the position of it. And WS for world space equals true because we want this position in world space. So now when I go through and I print pose, look at that. It's printing a vector 3, or it's not even a vector 3. This is an array of numbers. So whatever vertex this is at negative 7.5 on X. So X and Y, well, it depends on what coordinate system you're in, but in Maya, X and Y is like, this is flat, this is up, and then Z is like forward. But in Unreal, well, Unreal is crazier because it's, oh my gosh, world space coordinates, I'm so excited to talk about this, but it's so boring. World space coordinates can get weird between different programs. For instance, let's say something like Photoshop. When you do their 3D, or not Photoshop, in another program, you might have Z being the up axis or something. And then it also, you could have like in Unreal, I remember like one of the first developers of it was saying, sorry, like jokingly, like because not only did they have Z be up, they had like negative Z be up or something like that. I forget the details of what it was, but there was like a meme where it showed like the 4 squares of different programs, and then like I don't remember enough to explain it well, so I'm going to move on. But it's pretty crazy how world like coordinates can get. YBZ says, how easy is learning Python 1 through 10? If we're going to say like between all programming languages, I would say it's one of the easiest programming languages to learn. If you consider something like Scratch programming, like you have to, Scratch is like a node-based programming system. So if you consider node-based programming, then those would be the 10 easiest, like at scale of 1 to 10 being easy, 10 being the easiest. I would call something like Scratch a 10. But if we're, and then in that case, like Python would be a 9, extremely easy. But if we're talking about just programming languages that where you have to type, I would say that Python is the easiest that I've encountered, at least. Pro Tyler says, I just got back. What's happening? I am doing code. Ultimately, we want to set the pivot of this object to be right in the center of this. And because I've combined this all into one object, and I'd like to pivot it from right here. Now, it's pivoting right here already because I like hand moved it into position. But I decided, oh, let's get this really precise and rotate from exactly the center of the sphere. So I'm writing some code that is going to average out the positions of all those vertices and give us a locator exactly where the center is. Hey, what's up, fandom? You came in at the most boring part. I'm using programming to do something very precise that doesn't need to be that precise. Pro Tyler, are you asking me what my mobile game name is? All right, so now we want to average out all these vertices. So I'm going to create a new variable called averaged. So are you talking about the one that I made personally myself? It's called Ice Escape Stegosaurus Rescue. If you're talking about other games that I've worked on for mobile, like through my career, that would be Jedi Challenges, Disney Mix, Disney Emoji Blitz, Club Penguin Island. There's like a Puffle Match 3 game. I forget what it was called. That might have been just for iPad. I don't remember. What other mobile games have I worked on? I don't even know if that's the question you're asking, but you might just be asking my original Stegosaurus game. Yeah, it's not up anymore because that was 11 years ago. I did, Sparkle. Yeah. I worked on the original Club Penguin a little bit, like rigging a dragon for one of the medieval events. Like a lot of the stuff that was 3D, I would do like animations of it and then they would trace over it with vector. Or I do the rigging for it. Sorry, not the animations. An actual animator did that. And then I worked on the death of Club Penguin. It wasn't my choice to work on it. Like I think it was a bad business decision to cut out the original, but I'm one of the ones who worked on the original Club Penguin Island and then later the full Club Penguin replacement on mobile. And yeah, they kind of dropped the ball on that. So I'm going to make a list here of 0, 0, 0, and then make the variable name averaged. And then, let me try something real quick. Can I do this? A equals 0, 0, 0. B equals 1, 1, 1. I'm going to say print A plus B. So sometimes I don't remember how this is going to concatenate, or not concatenate, but join together. And so this is either going to come out to a 111 or a 000-111. Let's find out. So it did come out as a 000-111. So that's going to inform how I actually do the math here. Yeah, Puffles were unfinished, and if I remember correctly, a coworker of mine like leaked everything about Puffles. That was a weird, drama-filled week. Yeah, because I know we were working on Puffles for a long time, and I feel like they eventually got it, because I moved off the team, I moved on to something else. Yeah, it was a big controversy. I mean, inside of our studio, there's a big controversy, like, and it was not a friend of mine, but an acquaintance of mine, like somebody I knew. We all thought it was him, but nobody could be sure. And, yeah, it was a weird situation. It was one of those things where I think he was kind of like the disgruntled guy, and he was the one who had access to these things. And then he uploaded, or somebody uploaded to YouTube, like everything about what we were doing with Puffles. And like the legal team was scrambling to figure out who it was and stuff. I used to play Puzzle Bobble with the guy that I'm talking about. Alright, anyway, so I've just proven that when I add two lists together, it's going to just like add the individual elements. So I need to go through and I need to say average 0, which means the first spot in it needs to be plus equals pose of 0. And I need to say averaged 1, so the 1 spot, because it always starts with 0. So 0 is the first spot, 1 is the second spot, etc. 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 All right, so now that I've done that, it's going to go through and add these values. So let's do print averaged. So I'm kind of coding this one bit at a time, so just so I can guide you through it. Normally I wouldn't be showing every single like bit of data. And that didn't work. So we're looping through here and we're saying add this value, but it's not working. So let's see if we need, maybe plus equals doesn't work with that. So let's just do it with this and see if, interesting. Something about this is not working. Averaged 0. So it starts out as all 0, 0, 0, and then we're trying to add that together. Why doesn't that work? Give me a moment. Let me print averaged 0, and then we'll print, or no, we'll just do plus and then do like some spaces, and then we'll say plus pose 0. Int and string cannot combine. Yeah, sorry about that. Man, I feel bad that I've gone on such a boring tangent just for something that could just be done by hand. But I hope that this gives you a fun insight into how programming actually is. Oh, duh! So, guys, I'm saying selection equals what I have selected, but I must not have anything selected. I don't have any vertices selected. So, of course, my code isn't going to work. Boom, there we go. So now we have giant numbers in here. If you can follow the logic of the code, what I've done is said for every vertex in the selection, get its position, which is a list of 3 values. And then we have this averaged one that starts as 0. And we're going to add that value to the total. And that's all we've done. We haven't done any averaging yet. And then all I've done is print that out. And now we see this code here has averaged it all to, not averaged it, added it all together. And now we need to do our dividing. So after that loop of going through every vertex, we're going to say averaged 0 equals averaged 0, so just the same value, but divided by the total number of vertices. And the way that we're going to do that is by typing len for length, the length of cell, which is our selection. We're going to do that for the number 2 and 3 spots as well. And remember, we're counting from 0, so it's actually 1 and 2 here. And so now, look at that. We have the average position of each vertex, which looks to be -7.4, 7.4, and -4. So now that we have that average value, we can say commands.space locator. Now, space locator is just an object that we can use in Maya in 3D. And we're going to say loc equals that. So we have this object that is a locator. And we're going to say commands.xform the location, or the locator. Transform equals the actual transform, not true, because before we were just querying the xform of it. Yes, I will. I'm doing a little bit of Python to do something really silly. So transform is going to be the averaged variable. And again, we're going to do world space equals true. So if all is correct, we should have a locator in the space that we want. Aha! So by using code, now all I have to do is go into the object. Here's the position that I set by hand. This hand set position would have been fine enough, but I wanted to use this as an example just because I'm passionate about this. That is the exact center of those vertices that we had selected. Oops, I did something weird there. So now we can set the pivot to be that new center. This seems so pointless because it was pointless, but I hope you guys had a little bit of insight into how programming can be used in the modeling process. So now we just have a perfect position for this whole object to rotate around the circle. Very silly thing to do, but there it is. Thank you for bearing with me on that part. Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff that I more do as my day-to-day job. I don't really model full-time, really at all. Like my freelance jobs, I do modeling when I do work on animatronics and stuff. Because, I used to work on animatronics at Disney Imagineering, but now I do freelance work on the side, doing it for smaller companies. And then my main job is NBA 2K. And so when I'm doing animatronics work, I'm doing the 3D modeling, I'm doing the rigging, the animation, I'm doing all of it. But my job is much more specific in my regular technical artist job. Hi, well, did you say you forgot when you say forgot you can code, do you mean you forgot that it was possible to code in Maya, or do you mean forgot that I personally code? Because most of you guys know me just from my art. Which animatronics did I specifically work on? Okay, this is a raw subject because I haven't actually looked at some of these animatronics that I worked on because I was laid off. Not during COVID, but after COVID, like once they really scaled down. Like I was fortunate enough to get to keep working at Imagineering during it. But yeah, so it's still pretty raw, and I haven't actually looked at these yet. But now is as good as time as ever. Let's look at this together, no matter how sad I might get. First, I'm going to show you Jake. So this was a, oops, not Jake the pirate. Let's see, Jake the droid. So this was a free roaming droid. And so I did the rigging and animation on this guy. So the goal of this one was to create a character that could roam around on its own and interact with the guests. And it was built in such a way that kids could kind of like climb on it and mess with it. And you'll see here, some kids are really bad in like touching, like, and you'll see the parents sometimes be like, no, don't do it. But it was actually built as a test. So like this was from the R&D department. So this was only there for a couple weeks as they were testing it to see how people would react and stuff. And it has all these safety features to make sure it doesn't run over people's toes and stuff. It was a really advanced system. Yeah, hi, well, it doesn't actually roam the park anymore. Like this was just what was called a play test. So they would have it there for like the couple weeks that we were testing with it. But it was really fun because I got to be at Disneyland overnight when we were setting it up and get to go into all these different areas and stuff. It was some of the best times in my life. You can see that kid like actually hitting it and like the parent not telling him not to do it. And you can see that little girl leaning on it and like the mom telling her no, but it's like, yeah, it's meant to, like, obviously in an ideal world, kids wouldn't be touching these things and messing with them, but it's going to happen if it's just free roaming in the park. So the goal was to try to do the best to make it robust enough to do so. All right. Let's get to the part that's going to be a little bit hard for me to watch because it is still raw 2-3 years later after I got laid off. First one I worked on was Shanghai Disneyland Zootopia. So this is my first time seeing it because honestly it was really too painful for me to look these up. But I am among friends on this stream, and I would like to see these eventually because I only worked on them before they were built. I was doing the rigs and like tools for the rides and stuff so like people could visualize the rides. Let's see. So I have a couple in the ride entrance, I know. Let's see. So I worked extensively on this ride. Yep, God, this is hard to watch. So I worked on this guy. Let's turn on some audio. So Highwell says, did I have any involvement in actually designing the endo parts? So our, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. So the actual mechanical engineers, they did the designs of the figures, and then they would export that geometry. No, it's Tommy G. Thank you. It's not too hard. It's cathartic in a way too. You know, it's the best way that I could watch with how I feel sad about this, the best way that I could watch this stuff is with you guys on stream, and showing it off. And, it's a positive thing that I worked on these. So I'm happy to have you all here and going through these videos with you guys. So don't worry about that. So yeah, the mechanical engineers would design these parts, and then I would rig them up in Maya, and we would have ways of making sure that the animatronics didn't move too fast. So like they would have limits, and so I would build some tools for making it so that the animators couldn't make it move too fast. It would like show you that you're doing it wrong, not doing it wrong, but going over the limits. Certain things with neck joints and stuff. And I'm not going to say anything proprietary, but this is kind of a general mechanical engineering concept, so I will go into detail about it. For certain things like necks, you actually have two motors doing the forward and back and left and right, but on these pivots. So it's like a certain pivot of these motors will make a certain nod and tilt. And I had to make it rigged in such a reverse way that if the animator rotated it this way, it would know, okay, these motors need to go to this like arbitrary direction to get this orientation. So it's like the most technical rigging possible. That was really neat. Because my speakers, this isn't coming through my headphones, so let me know if this video volume is too quiet or too loud. So let's see. So I have another one in the queue. It's the ram guy, or the buffalo guy. Yeah. So this is the guy that I worked the most on. One of the things that I had to do was come up with range of motion. So I would write scripts. Oh, with Python, like I just showed you how I was programming in Python. I actually wrote Python scripts that would make him do like every possible range of animation, and then trace out. I made it so you could select individual vertices and trace out the motion of that vertex, so it could give the designers like, here's like, if he malfunctioned in the worst way possible, where he suddenly like shot out like crazy, here's the furthest that he could physically move. And so then they would know, okay, for whatever safety reasons, we need to keep guests this far away, so that in the worst possible case scenario where somehow all the motors extend him this way, nobody could possibly be in this volume of area. So that's an example of using programming in my job that's really interesting. All right, I worked on this. This one is so cool. They slide around and like it's on a big track and stuff. I won't give any more details than that because there's some proprietary things about that. I also worked on vehicle visualization. So I wrote scripts that would let you load into a certain seat so that you could see what it would look like in the pre-visualization correctly. I worked a little bit on the rig for these fish because they actually move a little bit. It's just like a single motor going like that. Okay, here comes the big one. Oh no, not yet. So this area, I think they go into like the nude animal area. No, I must have skipped the nude animal area. But there wasn't much interesting that I worked on in that one. And this was the big one. This is the most heartbreaking one. This one actually probably is the one that I spent the most time on. Gazelle. She has such a neat mechanism to do what she's doing, and I can't talk about that mechanism. But it's truly a genius engineering feat that lets her do what she's doing there. Oh, man. For anybody who's come later, this is the first time I'm seeing this. So I had only seen it in digital form when I was working on it. Yeah, the way they're getting those movements and the knee bending, like I won't even draw it out because it's like it's so clever that I think I'd be giving away proprietary information about it. Such an amazing feat of engineering, some of these animatronics. Oh, and I worked on this too. Yeah. I remember setting that up. All right, anyway, so I worked on Shanghai, and then I worked on Tokyo. Tokyo, yeah, the movement, so smooth. Oh, and I did fabric simulation for the Gazelle as well, so that we could get a preview of what it would look like. Fantasy Springs. Is this even open yet? We went inside Tokyo. Yeah, so I worked a lot on the Tangled ride. Did I work on Frozen at all? Oh, yeah, I worked on Olaf. Olaf was so cool. He's another one who has really clever engineering in the... oh, yeah, I worked on them. I worked on Kristoff and... why can't I remember his name? I don't think I worked on this Olaf. Where's my Olaf? Oh, I think he was right in the beginning, actually. Yeah, I don't know where my Olaf is, but he has a really clever mechanism to make him do what he does. Maybe it was that one. I just didn't know he was in a fountain. And one of the Tangled ones that I was... Oh, wait, maybe that's him right here. No, it was the one that was in the fountain. I guess I just, when I worked on him, I never realized that it was in a fountain. All right, so the Tangled one. So that one I worked extensively on. And I remember when I worked on it, I was imagining being up in that tower working on her because even though I was doing the digital side of things, when it came to actually installing, I would have been one of the ones actually there in Japan for like 3 months working on it. And yeah, so that one was really cool. There's a lot of forced perspective going on, so she's kind of small. If anybody doesn't know what forced perspective is, it's like if you look at the Disneyland castle, the towers at the top are actually a smaller diameter than at the bottom, so that it looks like it's bigger than it actually is. And forced perspective is used all over the place in theme parks. Let's see. I didn't work on this scene. Oh, I worked on this one. Not him, but the horse. All right. So yeah, that is what I didn't work on any of the Neverland though. So that is the entirety of animatronics that I worked on at Imagineering. A lot of my time at Imagineering was actually in the R&D department, so I was doing like experimental stuff that I definitely can't talk about, but like giving presentations alongside just new technology and stuff. Yeah, so sorry that I got a bit down about that, but yeah, that was my first time seeing my work in action, and I hadn't looked at it because I was feeling for years now, I still haven't gotten over the fact that I was laid off from it, and ironic that I'm actually wearing my Imagineering shirt today, but I'm glad that I finally did. I'm glad that it was while watching with you guys instead of being all sad just watching it alone. So thank you very much for joining me in that. Thank you, Sparkle Wolf. All right, well, that wasn't as hard to watch as I thought. I got a little teary-eyed in the beginning, but I'm composed. So, Yeah, it was cathartic, Tommy G. I would love to tell more about how everything works, but as I mentioned, I only said things that were not proprietary, so I won't get in trouble. Let's get that Sonic music going again. And we'll get back to work. I am Freddy. Yeah, Freddy was over here yesterday and I was feeling absolutely terrible. I went to urgent care yesterday. I was sick like all of last week, but I stayed working because I didn't want people to think that I was just lying about being sick. You know, like on July 1st through 3rd saying I'm sick. And people are going to be like, no, you just took the rest of the week off because of 4th of July. It turned out I was sick, but it wasn't just a regular sickness. It was a bladder infection. So I'm actually on antibiotics now, and they're finally kicking in. It took about 24 hours to kick in. I was knocked out yesterday, and Freddie was over for 4th of July. And I was not fun. I was not a good host. All right. So, man, this is a personal stream. I'm talking about getting laid off and being sick. I'm getting a little comfortable. But on to happier things. Thank you, Pro Tyler. Freddie, let's talk about the things that we talked about yesterday offline. All right, I kind of like the cascade of how these are like lower, middle, lowest. So I like what's going on there. It's kind of hard to see what I got here, so I'm going to select these and I'm going to isolate them. So now I can see them a lot better. Yeah, I like that shape. So for purposes of 3D printing, I like to fill in holes like this. So I'm actually going to create another cylinder. And just to solidify this print, I'll scale this down and kind of just fill that gap. Right on, Tommy G. Thank you for joining. Great to have you, and I'm glad that you're able to send me that image so I can get it in the video. Perfect timing. Have a good night. Sparkle says, my mother just let me have a birthday gift early, and now I can work on a custom I've been wanting to now that I've got the base. Ooh, what was the base of it? I assume the birthday present was the base that you're talking about. Yeah, see, so now, even though it's not like this is part of the hand or anything, once this all gets combined, it's just going to be nice and solid in there. Might even bevel this just so it's like, I don't know, more not a sharp shape there. Am I doing Premiere tomorrow? Yeah, I'll set the Premiere for probably around noon tomorrow. Noon PST. Oh, actually, I've been finding that premiering at noon hasn't been going well. I think 9 has been doing well. So let's say 9 o'clock PST tomorrow morning. Hywell says, I'm also in the UK, but I messed up my sleep schedule as I went straight to sleep when I got back from the forge. Yeah, because I was sick. I couldn't sleep much last night because I was laying down sick for most of yesterday. So I didn't get good sleep last night just because I had rested so much. Why is this not scaling? What the heck? What? Why won't you let me scale? Lets me scale that way. Yo, what is going on here? It's like it's only going to a minimum or something. It's like I have some kind of snap settings on, but this would show if I did. Oh, bummer, Pro Tyler. Well, Pro Tyler, would you be able to make the noon one? Because I think more people here would be able to make noon. Yeah, you know what? I'll do noon though, because, like I said, I think 9 o'clock works best stats-wise. But if I can get more regulars in the noon one, then I'll go with that. I would rather benefit our community here than have a few better analytics. There we go. This will be kind of the thumb. Rotate it in more. Let's see how that looks with everything else. I feel like it needs to be rotated in more this way. I feel like something about that looks odd. I feel like I got the pivot wrong. I think the thumb needs to be further down this way. And then I rotate like that. Thank you, YBZ. Yeah, it's crazy how relatively simple shapes can be built together to come out well. Let's look at this isolated again. Yeah, I feel like this is a good combination of these two pieces intersecting, which couldn't happen in real life, but still stylistically being good. You know, for a toy. It's got nice silhouettes. One of the things I look for when I'm making these pieces is how does the silhouette of it look? And by silhouette, I mean like the edges of it. We've got a nice diagonal shape here, then the thumb coming out, and then a nice indent here to separate the thumb from the next finger. And then we have this bump, 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 and then back to the rest of it. And from all angles, it has those nice cutout shapes. So when I'm designing these things, even though this isn't realistic that these are intersecting each other, not only does this intersection help for the solidity of the print, but it lets us make kind of these adjustments that allow for really good silhouettes for the toy. And sometimes that's more important than being fully accurate to what could actually happen with these joints, you know? Okay, yeah, no worries, Bro Tyler. I do think I want this just a little bit wider, though. Yeah. All right, cool. Got a good fist there. All right, all we have to do is the head. So what shapes do I see here? I see a circle. And let's look at more of Sparkle's reference images. Sparkle gave me... Oh, look. It's the same shape. So that same shape that I put down here is basically the same thing on the side of the head here. Oh, I never realized he has... Is this a jetpack? Oh, and I also forgot the diamond on his hand. All right, yeah, there's a lot of things I'm forgetting. Let's see, let me restart the music. Yeah, okay, so before I do that, I'm going to do that diamond. I'm also not liking this. this is sticking out too much. Yeah, I think that's better. I also feel like all of this needs to be further forward. So first of all, I'm going to delete this because I've made enough changes to this that we'll just duplicate these later. I did not mean to make those part of it. Yeah, I feel like the whole foot needs to be forward, huh? You guys might notice that sometimes I switch between these axis orientations. So like between world and object. So it was on object earlier. Object could be good if you want to move, like if you want to rotate something up and then move it straight this way, you'll want to use object orientation. But if you do world, you're going to be not constrained, but like the ones that let you do a specific axis will happen in those world axes. And in this case, when I had it as object, well, it happens to work because these are all the same orientation. But if I selected everything and did this, look how it all moves. It doesn't move to the right. It just moves all to its individual rights when I do that. But now when I change it to object, or from object to world, if I move it to the right, now everything actually moves to the right because it's two different. Whoops. And now I just deleted it all. Uh-oh. There we go. And let me save after that scare. So that's a quick explanation of why you see me opening up this tool settings panel and doing world versus object. And so now the reason I want to use world here is because I want to move this foot a little bit forward on the pivot. Yeah, I think I've been saving pretty consistently, so we shouldn't have to worry too much, but yeah, that was a little concerning when I saw that. Alright, so I think I can just duplicate this guy, and it's close enough in shape that we can use it for the arms. Cool. Sounds good, Pro Tyler. All right, I think that's about the right size. Let's look at Sparkle Wolf's image again. This jetpack looks like it's just like a... I would call that a sphere cut in half and stretched out. Now, does it have two of those? Oh no, it's just one piece. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to make that out of a sphere. And this gray part here is the body, right? Yeah. So what we're seeing is like just a straight on view where we're seeing through to the body because this is cut off here. Oop, not a cylinder. And the other thing is, do I want to use a sphere for this? Sometimes it's better to use a cube. So check this out. So spheres have those poles. In fact, let me create a sphere as well to show you the difference. So, when you smooth a sphere, you get these weird artifacts. Oh, no, not really. I guess I'm more thinking of a cylinder. Well, the geometry for this looks weird. See those lines? It's just because it all comes together at a point. But when you smooth a cube, see how it's got a different pattern? So sometimes, you know, it's not quite a perfect sphere, but sometimes I just like this shape better when I'm doing something like this jetpack. Yeah, it's thanks to Sparkle Wolf's images, I realized that there is a jetpack back here. We're going to add that, and then we're going to get started on the head. And I was just kind of talking about how the difference, sometimes I'll make a sphere-like shape out of a smoothed cube, which is this piece here, because I like how the geometry ends up on the top better than when we smooth a sphere with kind of this weird jagged shapes where it all meets at the poles. Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Emerald and Gemerl might share some parts, huh? So I might as well make Emerald too. They could share hands probably. Probably the same body. I like this head cutout right here, that little square shape. Probably the arms too could be shared. And the hips too, yeah. Yeah, it would be kind of a shame if I didn't make Emerald as well, huh? I guess I have to. Yeah, honestly, I only chose to do Gemerl today because, well, you guys know the whole story about I was feeling not so positive today, and then your guys' Hoovaloo's poll made me just in a good mood. So I was like, you know what? Let me finally make Gemerl. And I'm enjoying it. I just wasn't that interested in making Gemerl. I don't know why. It's a cool looking character. But I'm glad that we're getting around to it. A lot of people requested it. I kept saying, oh, I'll add it to the list. But just never really felt inspired to do so until today. Oh, Sparkle says no jetpack, but Fandom says there is a jetpack. So this looks to go about 10% of the way up, this yellow part that I want to extrude. So I think that would do for this. Oh, do I want to extrude this whole thing first, though? I do. So let me scale this down, because I think I want it to be hollow. So I'm going to scale it down first, edit mesh, extrude the whole object, which gives me that shape. And then I'll take this and give it an additional lip. I don't know. It's hard to tell from the images if he has one or not. I don't see him in these shots here. Oh, no. There it is. Yeah. In the back there. You also sent the battle art. What art is that? Battle art? Oh, this image. It's the battle art. Is battle art a specific thing? I'm not familiar with that term, whatever it means to be battle art. Alright, so this looks like it goes about up to the top of the body and then halfway to the middle of that gray part. So this needs to be scaled up by quite a bit. Do I like that shape? I feel like that is now too angled. Yeah, this needs to be flatter up top. Get a little more angular flat up here. Yeah, I like that shape. And let's put some stuff actually in here. How about just a little, a couple of jet blasters. Oh, as in from Sonic Battle. Got it. Yeah, I love this song. So perfect for Froggy and Big. So I want to do something here. I want to take this. I want to expand my selection. And I want to get it more solid up here. So I'm going to pull this down. That way I just have something, like I don't want to have too many gaps in there when it prints. In fact, I think I want to put this back to center and use this partially to fill things in. So now I'll take these edges. I guess it's not very hollow after all now that I'm doing this. I just want to have like a solid way for it to attach. Yeah, there we go. Now we'll just get a couple of jetpacks there. Oh, YBZ says, so gem is going to be ball joints? No. Maybe for the head. I haven't decided yet. But the shoulders and the hips are going to be a technique that I believe it was Xanathar Customs told me, where you stick, using friction, it's like a cake pop stick. It's a little acrylic stick. You want to get the fit just perfectly friction right in the 3D print and then shove it in there and it holds it. Apparently it works pretty well. And then Pro Tyler convinced me to do something with baling wire for these joints. So like the baling wire will go from here and through here so that you can bend the elbow with like a metal joint in any direction you want. And I think that'll be a really interesting solution. And then as for the head, I may do that as a ball joint, like maybe with the glue technique. So you'll have like a loose ball joint, and then you put glue in there, either glue gun or super glue, and you keep moving it until it dries, but so that it can't lock up. And then the glue acts as a filler to get just the perfect fit. I guess a lot of customizers do that. I've never tried it myself, so this will be this one figure will be an experiment in 3 joint types that are new to me. So, quite a project I have ahead. I don't remember if I've seen Doodle Duck's Gemerl. What's the best way to find it? Whoa, that's weird. How did that happen? That looks kind of cool, though, actually. I don't know how those shapes got made, how it's like I must have misselected something. It looks cool, so I'm gonna leave it. You guys will see me do this a lot. So if I'm working on the end of a cylinder, I'll select that one vertex that's in the center of it. Then I'll press Control F11. It selects all the faces around it. It's a super handy way to gather a whole set of things without doing a bunch of like looking around trying to select things. Yeah, I think that's cool. Just a little detail in there because I don't think anybody really knows what's in there. But now he has like little jetpack fins. Oh, that's so cool. With cream writing on top. That's awesome. Doodle Duck, what did you do to articulate this? That's way cool. All right, well, there's the jetpack. Let's just do the head, and then I think I'll call it on the stream because we've been going for quite a while. 3.5 hours, shoot. Oh, use Metal Sonic and Amy. Holy cow, I don't think I'd be able to identify those parts. Okay, I guess I can kind of see the Metal Sonic in there. And what part is Amy? Is it the hands, Amy? No, the hands. Amy's hands are different. Yeah, this is the hands. That's got to all be custom. Wow, that is. A lot of times you'll be able to kind of tell what was the base. This is so modified. That's way cool. What's Doodle Duck's name? Or is Doodle Duck even in our Discord? I don't see Doodle Duck's name. But a lot of people have different names on the different platforms. I never remember. All right, let's get this head started. Uh-oh, this isn't centered. How? Oof. Yeah, what's up with that? Oh yeah, because I brought it in a weird way. How do I want to try to solve this? I think I'll delete one half of it. Move this back to the center. Then I can select these. What I wanted to do was scale this part in so it's not such a long slope. And I think these were kind of angled. Yeah, angled, like slashed forward. Oh man, these are so good. Doodle duck, dang. Oh wow, Doodle Duck straight up took like the upper part of Amy's legs and attached them to Metal Sonic. I wish Doodle Duck was here because I have so many questions. Did you like take apart the joint section of the knees and is it functional? That is so cool. Keep getting in my way. Way cool, Doodle Duck. Alright, there's his little ears, if you could call them that. I'll make a cylinder here. How high does that go? Goes up to about halfway up. Okay. So what I can do is I can do subdivisions height 2. And I can cut off just the top half. Turn off symmetry. Is that half? Yeah, that is half. Then we can reconstruct the top of it here. So I'm going to need to append polygons from here to here, but you'll notice I still need to have a line right here. So I'm going to do from here to here. From here to here, but we still have this line here, this edge loop that's unaccounted for. I don't know if you can tell on the stream, but this line is a little bit more highlighted here. That means that the geometry isn't quite right on it. It means that it's not all connected. So we're going to go back to the Insert Edge Loop tool. And by saying multiple edge loops, but setting it to only one, it's going to force it to be the center. And then these still are, it's not still connected yet because these vertices are not, they're not connected. So I'm just going to say edit mesh, merge. And what that does is it's going to take it by a threshold. It's kind of a weird naming by selecting a whole object and then just saying merge, because you might think, oh, it's going to merge it all into one. What it means is it's going to merge every vertex that is within this threshold. And so since I've placed them in the exact area, that threshold is absolutely 0. It's less than 0.0001. So when I do that, now this vertex is no longer separate. And the reason I have this line down the center is because his design has this line of some sort here. You also need to lift these edges up a little bit because I noticed that it has kind of a triangle shape at the top. And then the reason I left this line is so that I could bevel it. And then edit mesh, extrude. So we're extruding down, and sometimes the geometry doesn't always behave well when we do this. So we're just going to pull it down. There we go. And I don't feel like this is smooth enough. But when we smooth, obviously, we're going to have troubles like this. But I feel like this is going to look too faceted. So I am going to do the smooth preview. And then I'm going to add my edge loops, as usual, to make it so that when it does get smoothed, it has all the right hard edges that we want. Yeah, I like that shape. I like what I got there. And a lot of this front part's going to be covered anyway. But we wanted to get that back part to have the right shape. Ooh, except it doesn't. What's going on there? It's getting kind of hidden. Why is that? It's like it's not centered properly. Oh, I guess it... Yeah, it's not centered properly. That's the problem. Alright, we want this to be completely centered on the head, so let's isolate these two. Turn on the wireframe. I'm going to make it match this point right here on this axis as well as this point right here. Now this should be perfectly centered. And now if I scale down, that should give me exactly the effect that I want. Yeah, I think that's good. Fandom says, when Gemerl is up for sale, I want to get two. One for matte gray and the other metallic silver. Yeah, I wonder how I'm going to paint mine. I can't help but feel like that's a bit big. I feel like I need this to be less extruded, and it's going to be kind of hard to fix that. Let's see. What if I just scale like this? And then I scale the whole thing down. Yeah, I like that. All right, cool. I'm going to duplicate this so I can see one to the side more easily. Yeah, I think I'm going to be finished with this just after 4 hours. So it's always nice to have just a single thing done in the stream. Proto says, check Discord. I sent some photos that are of Gemerl flying. Let's see. Oh, nice. Yeah, unfortunately, the trail doesn't really show what's in the jetpack, huh? Okay. Cool. All right, let's do the eyes next, because that's going to be easier than that shape on the front of the head. Let's hide the head for now. Remember, an easy way to select all the faces of the front of a cylinder is to select the center vertex, hit Control F11 to convert to faces, and then I can edit mesh, extrude, and I'm going to go into X-ray mode, and then scale down, and then extrude again. Now this one, oops, edit mesh, extrude. Now this one, I'm not going to do any of the smooth preview stuff because I've already smoothed out the cylinder considerably. So I can just have these nice hard edges. Fandom says, what would you say is the hardest shape to create in Maya? Ooh. Gosh, it's such an abstract question. I don't really know. I can't really think of any specific category. I'd probably have to think of examples of things that I've modeled that were hard. I think anything that has like really robotic cutouts, like, oh, Gemerl has some of this. See these kind of lines where you'll have like panels coming together? I find it hard to create panels that have a consistent thickness in the gaps between them. I don't really have any good techniques for doing that. A lot of times when I need to make something like that, I'll do it in ZBrush. And there's a lot of great hard surface modeling in ZBrush that I don't know how to do. But what I would do with my current knowledge is actually sculpt out those lines in ZBrush, bring it back into Maya, and then retopologize. You guys have seen me do work like that where I like draw over the surface of a smoother object and then make sure that those drawings of them get smoothed out into flat planes. But that's such a process, and I'm sure there's easier ways. But so yeah, with my current modeling skill level, I think that would be kind of one of the harder types of shapes to make in Maya for me. Okay, this is interesting. In order to get this shape right, like it has to come out this far, so it must be rotated. Yeah, how are they doing that? Like, how is that physically possible? Doesn't seem like it's going out that far there. Part of it must be that it's a bit lower on the head, because it's not exactly centered here. It is a bit lower. so is this. Higher would mitigate this problem more. What the heck? Let's group this and flip it just to see how it looks. I don't think angled is the answer because that looks too weird and goggly. It definitely needs to be rotated to 0. But when you do that, it's just not right. Because look how that intersects. His face must get flatter. You guys see the problem here? There's no way that these eyes could physically exist there with a fully spherical head. Because look how much gap there. That doesn't look right. And this flattening the front of the head doesn't help this at all either. Oh, High Speed Chase says you should check out On Mars 3D. Sounds like that might be a typo. I'm trying to think. High-end 3D on Mars. Let's see. I'm sure you'll correct it if it is a typo. They have a tutorial on creating panels for Maya. They're working on a 3D model for a cyberpunk grenade. Ooh, awesome. Let me look up cyberpunk grenade, see if anything obvious comes up. Or maybe I'll search for On Mars in case that is correct. Oh, the channel is actually called On Mars 3D. Okay. Yeah, the way it was capitalized and like was separate words, I was like, oh, that's got to be a typo for something. Oh, yeah.
Cyberpunk 2077 style.
Yeah, see, that's exactly the kind of troubles I have.
Inspiration from Filippo Ubertino, who's a concept artist at CD Projekt Red. It took me around 6 hours to model this grenade, and that has been condensed down to 30 minutes in this time-lapse video. You will see me use many of the hard surface modeling techniques that I have covered on my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay, so people who do this are hardcore. You guys have seen me use booleans in really dirty ways. I believe he's going to use booleans here and cut it out and then make clean geometry with it. I've seen people do that. That's so professional and good. Let me see if I'm right. Oh, interesting. No, he's being even smarter than that. He's lining up geometry based on that reference. Oh, and he did Boolean, yeah. Okay, so people who go to these lengths are really good modelers. Look what he's doing. He has Booleaned this shape. You guys have seen me do that, and oftentimes you'll hear me say not to use Booleans because the way that I use them is not good. See how this line right here doesn't match up with anything? A lot of times, you'll see me Boolean, and then I'll just triangulate it because I don't care. It's for 3D printing. See how he has this, but look what he's done here. In fact, let me just keep playing it. See, it's going fast forward, so it's hard to see, but he's actually connecting all of that geometry. But so he's using Booleans, which can make things dirty, but then he's such a good modeler that he's cleaning it all up. Wow, yeah, I'm definitely going to subscribe to this. This is great. I don't intend to go deep enough into modeling to get as good as what he's doing here. Yeah, look at how he's like pulling those edges apart with such care and detail. Wow, I really respect that. Holy cow. It's hardcore. Yeah, thank you for showing me that high-speed chase. So back to this problem, though. This isn't a technical problem. This is like a design problem. How do we get this shape to be right without him looking like a minion? My wife and I just watched Minions this morning. I was still feeling sick on the couch, and she made breakfast, and we're just sitting there watching The Rise of Gru. We never really cared for Minions. Like, we didn't dislike them, but we never really watched the movies and stuff. And then her cousin was like really stoked about Minions and like took her to go see one of the Despicable Me's. And so we would always kind of joke around like with my wife. I'd tell her like, don't you love Minions so much? Cause her cousin was like, see, aren't they so cool? And my wife's like, yeah, they're cool. And it kind of turned into a thing where we joke around about that and then genuinely started enjoying Minions. Not that we ever didn't enjoy them, but just the funniness of how into and excited about Minions her cousin was. It kind of rubbed off on us that we enjoy Minions now. Yeah, what am I going to do about this? The shape, unless this is angled, but when I look at this here, I don't think that that's angled. Can Pro Tyler or Sparkle Wolf, can you get me like a 3/4 view? Like if you look at my face right now, 3/4, maybe we can get more excuse me, more information about what it looks like from this angle. Yes, YBZ's been watching Sir Dork in his toy photography videos. Sir Dork is like the big name in toy photography. Well, there's some really like way bigger names, but it's like Sir Dork's like the accessible one, like who creates the best content. Like I think Sir Dork is the best content creator. Like there's some toy photographers who are like constantly in magazines and stuff who do it like super, super professionally, but Sir Dork is like the one who engages with the community most. Like other big names that I could think of are like Mitchell Wu. If you look Mitchell Wu, he does some really cool stuff too, but I mean, I think Sir Dork is on par with him, but I think Mitchell Wu has like just crazy numbers of subscribers. But Sir Dork, yeah, he does such great content that teaches how to do toy photography, and his involvement with his community is one of the things that I model mine off of. Like you guys have commented before that I'm, like very involved in the community and like I have kind of a personal touch, and that's very much how Sir Dork is for toy photography. And yeah, I'm glad that you're watching Sir Dork stuff. That's awesome. But you want my input on what I do? Yeah, shoot me any specific questions for sure. Pro Tyler, I was asking you or Sparkle Wolf if you could get me like a 3/4 view of Gemerl so we can try to figure out more about what's going on with that eye there. High Speed Chase says, for the outer rim of the eye, I wonder if it'd be easier to make a donut-like shape to wrap around the inner circle of the eye and extrude that towards the surface of the head. Yeah, great idea. Let's make a torus and kind of bend it and see how that looks. I do like the idea of a minion Gemerl, though. Torus. So toruses are kind of interesting if you want to make solid shapes, because normally they're like round donut shapes. So what I like to do with a torus is change its subdivision's height to 4, but then it gives us kind of like this weird diagonal shape. Then I change the twist to 45. That gives us a perfect like cylindrical shape. And then I'm also going to change the axes to say 200 and make it nice and smooth. No, I don't want to do that because I want to smooth the whole thing in case I want to do a bend. So let's put it back to 20. Bring it down here. I'm going to hold J to make sure that it stays at angles of 15 degrees. Go to the front view. I'm going to do X-ray mode again to make sure I have the right position for the eye. And then turn off X-ray mode. Oh, Pro Tyler says he found the problem. Yeah, I think it basically is what High Speed Chase said, is that it's kind of like a donut shape wrapped around, isn't it? Yeah, great. Ah, you guys are so helpful. That's awesome. Yeah, it's definitely either angled or bent. So let's take this and put the edge of it out here. Yeah, thank you, Sparkle Wolf and Pro Tyler. I don't know, I didn't actually catch who actually posted the images. Looks like Sparkle Wolf. Oh, both Sparkle Wolf and Pro Tyler did. Thank you very much. I feel like once I have this bent, I'm going to want to cheat this a little bit to have it a little thicker, because I think it'll lose some thickness once I bend it. And then I'm just going to duplicate this. And so instead of smooth preview, I'm actually going to smooth it out. Whoops, don't want to do that. I do want to smooth preview it because I want to add edge loops to make sure that we keep these hard edges. Man, I still find myself, I don't want to say the word bugged out, but like intimidated by hard surface modelers, people who actually model hard surface properly, from the video that High Speed Chase sent me. I'm just thinking like, yeah, they like actually just take the booleans and then they just build out the geometry right from there. It seems it's so, it's work. It's good work, but it's work. Good hard surface modelers are hardcore. For anybody who doesn't know those terms, hard surface means things like robots and vehicles. Soft surface, or I guess more like organic. I don't know if I've ever heard the term soft surface. What do we call it? Hard surface and organic modelers? I don't know. So anyway, I've created this bend deformer. And so what I like to do sometimes is, leaving the bend deformer in place, I like to rotate the original object. And that original object is going to respect the history in that it'll, like, as I move this, it's still applying the bend. It's not moving it after the bend, it's moving it before the bend, which is really interesting. It lets me kind of massage things into place. And I can like scale it down too, like if I, well, that's not going to be right. Let's change our bend settings again a little bit. So that looks right, except the fact that it's kind of exponentially bending it out. Maybe that can be fixed by increasing the high bound but lowering the curvature. No, not exactly. Maybe by moving the bend itself. Yeah, I'm just kind of distorting what I have here. So I think a rotation might be in order. Like so. Pull it forward. And then maybe a scale along this axis. Just trying to massage the shape into place. Ooh, nice. Sparkle Wolf sent a picture of inside the jetpack. I hope it looks like what I already built. Oh, it's just got one vent? I actually think mine's more interesting than that. I like my jetpack having the 4 little nozzles. I think that'll be kind of details that are more mine. Is this going to make him look sad? It kind of looks like he's looking down, huh? Let's duplicate this and flip it and just see. I think all this needs is just a little bit of massaging here, and it'll actually be good. Hey, my music stopped again. Yes, I'm still watching. What do you guys think? I feel like he's gonna look right once he has his little thing on, because most of the personality of this face here comes from like the eyebrow. Like he doesn't have eyebrows, but it gives the sense of these eyebrows going like this, like he's angry. And so the rest of the eye is kind of inconsequential anywhere be above this line. I want to take like these edges. Maybe pull these out. Oh yeah, I think that'll be helpful. I think there's something there. Let's build out the rest of it. Ooh, I kind of liked it before I made that change, actually. Yeah, let's undo that change. I'm going to build out that star part and then see what it looks like and then potentially revisit the eyes. So I'm going to go over here. I think I'm going to use a create polygon tool. Or not the create polygon tool, but this one where I am able to snap to it. I'm going to make live. And then use the modeling toolkit to use my quad draw tool. Try out some basic shapes for it. And then draw that. It's weird that it's not showing the geometry. Normally it should automatically go into this mode, the X-ray mode. And I know that, let's see. So I want to make this, I want to flatten all this out, so I'm just going to scale it to practically 0. And I know that I'm going to want a triangle here. And then I'm going to duplicate this. Edit mesh, or mesh, combine, edit mesh, merge. Then we're going to pull out this edge, plus this edge, plus this, plus this. Except I don't want these edges, or this edge, or this edge. It's not going to look right yet, but we're going to start massaging vertices now. Oh my gosh, it's 6:42 already. Oh, my wife is hungry, I know it. She's probably like, why is he still streaming? I will stop after I'm finished the head. Sorry, Bailey. Wow, time really flew by. Funny how I started this day kind of being like, man, with what happened yesterday, I kind of want to take a break from the Sonic community to doing a 4-hour stream. Thank you, Pro Tyler. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking for Gemerl. He's a cool looking guy, but I just never really felt like doing him. Just because I didn't really have any connection to the character, but I think it's going to be a popular one. I don't know why I can't... Why won't it let me do symmetry here? It must not be perfectly symmetrical, but I built it in such a way that it would be perfectly symmetrical. Okay, whatever. I'll use a... Well, I don't want to use a bend deformer. Okay, let's just modify center pivot, modify freeze transformations. Let's try again. No, it's still not working. So what I need to do is just actually move this to the center world. I don't know why that wasn't working. Ooh, yeah, look at that. That's really tying it together already. Now we'll do symmetry on world X. All right, symmetry with world X works. So I don't know what was up with that. Thank you, Highwell. Yeah, I was thinking this head part was going to be kind of one of the harder parts, but it just kind of came together pretty well. Let's look at the side views, see how much these actually bend. Oh, it's flatter than I thought, too. I thought it was going to be like thicker, I mean. All right, I think I'm liking the thickness of these shapes. I'm gonna extrude it directly in. Whoa, something weird is happening there. Why? Why? Why would you do that, Maya? Let's edit. Delete all by type history. Edit mesh. Extrude. There we go. That was really weird. Ooh, something... Okay, something strange is happening with this. I feel like I must not have something merged or something. Oh, maybe it's messing up because I have the symmetry still on. Yeah, that was weird. Oh, something isn't merged. Yeah. So one of these vertices is... Yep, these aren't merged together. That's why I've been having problems this whole time. There we go. Not that we want that round shape, but that's going to be fixed later. There we go. That's more what we're thinking. Except I want to do it inward. And then we're going to mesh display. Reverse. That's why it turns black. If you extrude something that direction and it turns black, it means that it's got the normals the wrong way. Oops, I wanted symmetry on for that again. Ooh. Whoa. Okay. Something strange has happened here. Look at this curve. That's a weird curve, but it looks really cool. That, like, this curve here, it looks like a furrowed brow, right? That's not really in the design. I mean, it's, like, the design isn't that complex, but I like it. It gives it like my own flair to it, I think. That's gonna look great when it prints, I think. I'm gonna leave that. That was like these shapes here, like this hard shape. Well, this is gonna get covered by that gem, but like this weird curve here, it makes me think of like the Green Ranger's helmet or something, right? How like there's like those flares on it. Yeah, Pro Tyler, I think so. I think I'm keeping it. That looks so cool. All right, so there's a little bit of cleanup I want to do here. Because now the inside is just kind of like these parts are way too sharp here. So what I need to do is just really bring all these faces out. This won't affect any of the look of it. This is just going to affect the structure of it. Well, I guess it will still technically affect the look, but you know what I mean. Oof, whoops, did not mean to select that object. And I'm going to scale it inward a little bit, but without symmetry. I wish there was a hotkey to turn on and off symmetry easily. And then these pieces really need to get pulled. It's got just such a weird shape there. Maybe not those edge pieces though. Oh, and it looks like these aren't merged either. I did some bad merges here. Check this out. If I move this vertex, oh no, it is merged. Why is it being weird? it's smoothing as if it's not merged. Maybe one of these is not merged? No. Everything is merged, it's just behaving strangely. Yeah, we need to fix that line. Whatever is happening here, maybe I just need to pull this vertex out. No, something's wrong here. There's something going wrong with this geometry, but I don't know what. Let's see what happens if I just merge all three of these together. Oh, that's terrible. Why does it think stuff down there is selected though? Yeah, something so strange is happening. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Oh yeah, that's looking better. Okay. That's what I need to do. I just need to kind of tighten those up. Yeah, so this is nice and sharp from here. So this is a bit thicker than what we see in the game. I do think I want to thin that up a little bit just to sharpen it. Ooh, look how bad the unsmooth geometry is. What prices am I thinking of? I have no idea, because it's going to be a lot of learning about these new joint types that I've never done before. I'll do my best to keep it a reasonable price. Yeah, I think I like what I got here. Even though this is a little bit thicker than it is in this image, because this is pretty thin, I want to keep it thick to be a little bit more sturdy as a 3D print. And just my personal style, I like thicker designs. Like when it comes to Pokemon and stuff, I like ones that are less spindly and have a little bit more robustness to them. All right. Oh, I still haven't finished the gem. Yeah, I'm sorry I keep putting off Gamma. It's just I keep not wanting to do joints. But here I am making a fully 3D printed jointed character, so I'll get to him soon. I should say get back to him because I already started him. His whole top half is done. Wait, why does this think the pivot is down here? How bizarre. But mine's been kind of weird today. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I got a weird setting or something. Maybe I need to restart Maya. Just strange behaviors. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the fist too. I think we really got the silhouette right on it. round this out a little bit more, and then I'm going to cut out the original shape from it. So I'm going to bring this over like so. I'm going to duplicate these for safety in case I want to make any changes. And then I'll use difference on it. Ooh, that's a bit too big, yeah. So let's move this guy out a little bit more. Still too big. Yeah, I think that's about right. What song is this? Is this one of the Chow Gardens? Oh, Chow Race Entrance. I did not know they have their own duo story. Is it in the comics? All right. Well, I think we're done with Gemerl. At least the the base modeling. There's going to be some work to do to get these joints to fit and stuff. A lot of test prints. Let's quickly duplicate all this so that I can just have like a full figure screenshot. Do the same for the legs. Oh yeah. Let's move these things out of the way. And I'll screenshot this and put it on the Discord. All right. Does his head feel a little small? No, it's the right size. Mine's a little bit taller than this particular image, but I don't think it matters for the 3D printing. My feet are a bit big. I might do some scaling down, but yeah, here it is. Wow, we finished that in one session. Thank you guys for all your help with getting me screenshots from Speed Simulator and your advice and just your general presence being here, making modeling easier to focus on and stay motivated with. Let's read everybody's names out so that I can add them to the video. We have YBZ, Highwell Plays, Fandom Lover, Sparkle Wolf, Pro Tyler. Let's see, scrolling up. High Speed Chase. Oh, you know what I want to do? Something that will help me. I'll do Notepad. This will help me with when I edit the video. I'll be able to see it better in the timeline to know exactly when I'm saying it. Future Corey. This is the part for reading names. Turn that view, zoom. There we go. All right, let's do it again. YBZ, Highwell Plays, Fandom Lover / Hoovaloo, Sparkle Wolf, Pro Tyler. Did I say Highwell Plays already? I don't know, but if I did not, I did. High Speed Chase, L4E. Scrolling up. The Tommy G 37, Freddy VR, JL and CC. Oh, I don't even think I treated JL and CC. I didn't even see the message. Well, JL and CC, if you're still here, hello. Belated hello to you. Blue Speed, Swiggy, E Scrubby. Man, E Scrubby talking about the flood for Mario. I want to buy that. Oh, my chat only goes up so high. How about live chat? Yeah. Oh, man. It's not showing me the full chat. So who else was here? We had Freddy. We had Vegeta Renders. Who else was here? Dang it. That's a bummer that it's not showing me all the names. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Yeah, I did name Blue Speed. Thank you all for watching. Oh, Pink GameCube was here. Yep, that's right. Any other names before I say thank you for watching? Yeah, it seems you guys can probably see it more in YouTube than I can see in Streamlabs. That's probably it. Yeah, you guys make it really fun to model, and I don't think I would have ever modeled Gemerl without you guys requesting it, so it seems like it would be a very popular character. I'm looking forward to finishing him. 4 hours and 24 minutes. Holy moly. I'm going to go say sorry to my wife and hang out with her for most of the rest of the night. And then when she falls asleep, I'm going to get back to it. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks so much. I don't think I will be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a 4th of July celebration at my parents' house. We had fireworks up here on the 4th, and their community does it on the 6th, so we get another chance. In my case, I was sick yesterday, so I didn't get to watch fireworks, so I will get a second chance to do so. Have a great rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I appreciate you all. Take care.